Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We are getting into some serious woo tonight. Brian Stavely is here. We're getting into the Mandela Effect timelines. Have we jumped into a different time zone? We're going to find it all. Brian is a great sense of research when it comes to the Mandela Effect. And we got Dirty Filth here. He's going to be drawing some serious cartoons as we inch closer to our Las Vegas party. All right, let's say hello to all of you out there. Tonight we have Nightmare in the gold medal position. Kathy Evans taking home the silver. Race Fan with the bronze medal tonight. Hi, Frank Falupa. How you doing from New York? Frank will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Thurston Howell III coming in early. Sue Finelli, how are you? Welcome to SOR Chat. Eric Markham, nice to have you here, buddy. Hi, Michael Morris, Logan L., Roy Boy. Good to have you all here. Brown Dwarf, how's it going? Angela Baby Carson, welcome to SOR Chat. Voynich, welcome to SOR Chat. Blue Pac-Man, welcome to SOR Chat. And Christopher Fitz, welcome to SOR Chat. Mary, welcome to SOR Chat. I'm going to be saying this a lot. Nancy Hayes, how are you? And B, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Vash the Impaler and Dutch Hank. Sweet Donna Spencer is here. She'll be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind. To the right of the studio. Jessica Brad Ford, how are you? Burgos, welcome to SOR Chat. And Crystal J, Judy Wheeler, good to see you. Sun, welcome to SOR Chat. National Memorial, welcome back. Pushing Buttons, welcome to SOR Chat. Hi, Ed Clater. Natalie Rankla, welcome to SOR Chat. Tommy Tell the Truth, welcome to SOR Chat. Oh, man, I'm going to repeat myself a lot. I do say hello to everybody, so that's just the way I am. Susie B, nice to see you. Hi, Shane Barber. And let's see, Area 51, welcome back, buddy. And let's see, who else do we have here? Sandy B, thanks for coming on in. Evan Walters, you're already pissing me off, but I'm glad you're here. Glenn John McEnroe, the pride of Wimbledon. Robert Lamoth, Jessica McCreary, thank you for joining us. Lex02116, welcome to SOR Chat. And Tina Smith, hi. Lex, again, sorry. Millennium, nice to have you here. Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. And there's Pixie Lara. Thank you for coming on in. Joe Stewart, welcome to SOR Chat. And who else do we have? GT82 Mustang. Nice car, by the way. Thank you for subbing the last time Brian was on. And welcome back to the show. Miss Anonymous, W. David Page, Jeremy Jones, Little Timmy Senor, Tinfoil Hatter, The Casual Paradox. Welcome to SOR Chat. Hi, Vinman and Blackbird. Blackbird, I'm glad you're here, buddy. Right there, man. FE Nation, welcome to SOR Chat. Battery 79, welcome to SOR Chat. Same to you, MFT and Undoctrinated, welcome to SOR Chat. And who else do we have here? Mr. Catfish, thank you for coming on in. And I think we're caught up on that end. Let's continue on. Hold on. Got to start the radio side so we can let in the Spreaker chat room, and Bill WD40 can then lube us up for tonight's show. You'll see him pop up right about there in just a moment. All right, Stu Gerson, good to have you here. Jorgen Johansson wearing, give me a Swedish player, number 16, Per-Ola Bressar's old jersey from Luleå, Sweden. Kim Stanley, good to see you. TJ Trusty, welcome to SOR Chat. Greg.com. Maloney, how you doing, buddy? Dirty Filth, nice to see you. Exeliocentric, welcome to the chat room. And who else do we have here? And let's see here, scrolling on down as we are running out of time. Jeff Steve Garvey, Digger Dog, good to see you guys. And Philo Fire, it's been a while. Good to have you here, man. Deb from SAC, how you doing, my dear? And let's see here. We're going to continue on. I'm probably going to run out of time here, so I'll say hello to the rest of you in the chat room. Johnny A., welcome to SOR Chat. Suddance Kid, same as you. The super chat is open. And if you want to go to our store on our website, spacedoutradio.com, we got a lot of cool stuff there for you as well. So we're going to have fun. Brian Stavely's coming in to talk Mandela Effect. The rest of you, do me a favor. Horns up. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read the news wire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. All right, let's kick things off here. We got a great show happening for all of you. We're going to talk about the Mandela Effect. Brian Stavely from Dose of Reality on YouTube is here tonight. Then in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Swamp Dweller is going to be here to say hello with another spooky story. Then Tim Senor joins us for the UFO report. Rock and roll. Let's get right at it. Brian Stavely is a host of the YouTube channel and podcast Dose of Reality that delves deeply into the conspiracy called the Mandela Effect. Hey, what do you think? Are we misremembering history, or is there something a little more weird going on where timelines have shifted and history really isn't what we remember? I like to keep the introductions nice and short, so that way we can get right to the story and the hardcore of it all. Brian Stavely, welcome back to Spaced Out Radio, my friend. How you doing?
I'm good. What do you got, a live artist down here?
I do. I have on my YouTube channel. People can watch our man Dirty Filth draw some really cool cartoons. So he'll be entertaining us while you're entertaining us, and it's going to be a great night, my man.
All right, cool. That's new. I didn't see that the last time I was on. Cool. What's happening? Glad to be back, man. I've been on. This is my 3rd time, I think. I always like coming on. It's always a good time. So let's do it, man. And you're pretty good at the shout outs. I shout everybody out too at the start of the show. Everybody. They love it.
You have to. You know what? These great people in our chat rooms and the people who are listening off in Radio Land, you know what? The one thing a person could give you, man, that's the most important thing. It doesn't matter about the donations or whatever, the sharing on social media. It's the fact that they give you their time. Time is so finite, and the fact that people want to spend it with you or spend it with me or spend it with people doing what we do, I mean, it's just an amazing thing that we're gifted with, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
So we have expanded a lot since you were last on the show. We've gained a couple more radio stations in Apache Junction, Arizona, and in Vernal, Utah. And, you know, awesome. Our audience and our YouTube channel has grown significantly as well. So there might not be a lot of people on the other side of this YouTube channel that we are on right now as well live that actually are familiar with you. and familiar, in that case, with the Mandela Effect. So let's learn a little bit about you, Brian. It might be old school for some people listening in, but for the new listeners, it's going to be a real dose of reality, and I use that as a great pun. But for you, how did you get into all of this? What started it?
It started in, people sometimes have this, kind of awakening moment, or sometimes it's kind of like a gradual thing. For me, it was kind of like an awakening moment, and I stumbled across a movie on Netflix that had to do with 9/11 that gave a totally different perspective than what the media was presenting. So that made me dive in all at that point right away in 2010. And right away, I kind of realized that I needed to be speaking out and have a show and everything. So I built a podcast on my website. I was taking phone calls and everything, 12 years ago. It was called The Real News Online. That's still the name of the website. It's still up. All my links are on there and everything. But I did that, for a long time, till about 2014. So I was really into 9/11 and other conspiracies like that for a while. Then I took a break for a few years. And when I came back in 2017, I did a few podcasts on 9/11. And then I got, I was getting really into the Mandela Effect. And I decided what happened is I did a few roundtables on somebody else's YouTube channel in the middle of 2018. And then I was like, you know what, I need to do my own videos. So then and I always had a YouTube channel. I just didn't have any of my own content. So then I decided, okay, I'm going to go to YouTube now. And I always kind of stayed away from YouTube because I know how they are with their censoring and all that. But middle of 2018, I started doing Mandela Effect videos. I cover a lot of other topics as well. And I actually started by doing what I call the My Awakening series, where I interview various people in the truth community and get their whole story from beginning to end. But I also started doing short videos on what I feel are some of the biggest Mandela effects out there, some of like absolute slam dunk ones that for me are 100% changes in this reality. So like for people that hear of the Mandela effect, there are definitely people that put stuff out there that, isn't actually a change, but there are definitely a slew of changes that affect every single person on this earth, guaranteed.
Well, let's get right into it now. And thank you for a great introduction to yourself there. For people who may not understand what the Mandela Effect is, it was named after former South African President Nelson Mandela and the conspiracy about whether or not he had died in jail or did he actually become president of the country. Or prime minister, pardon me, and there was a lot of people going back saying, I thought he died back in prison. I thought I heard reports about that. Was I wrong? Was I misremembering? Let's look into the Mandela Effect. How did it all start?
Well, that's how the name got coined for the way it got popularized in the media, but people have been talking about this type of thing and noticing this type of thing way before then. I actually think it's a terrible name. Because it right away, it puts a character out there that a lot of people have polarizing views on, and a lot of people get turned off by it right away. It really has not much to do with him at all. What the Mandela Effect it's a crappy term for the way in which our reality is operating. We live in a fluid reality where physical matter change retroactively all the way back to its origin point. That's what a real Mandela Effect is. So if I tell you something is a change, like say something, for instance, like Forrest Gump, if you ask people the famous quote from On the Bench, life is like a box of chocolates, they'll tell you. My mom always said life is like a box of chocolates. Well, now it's life was like a box of chocolates. Now, what some people assume as well, there's people change the movie, re-release, all this, it's changed online. No, if you go back and pull any copy of your Forrest Gump out that you have, no matter how old it is, if it's sitting in your house, that quote is going to say it the new way. Life was like a box of chocolates. That's what a Mandela Effect is. And that's happening endless amounts of times. It's happening throughout the Bible. It's happening throughout movies. There's historical inserts into this reality or timeline or whatever you want to call this experience. And I'm sure we'll get into some theories after. It's absolutely endless. And I saw that you put "Is history changing?" in the title. There is tons of history that's changing. It's the most famous things that everybody grew up with, like Like Mr. Rogers. We'll start off easy for a minute. You know, everybody my age grew up with Mr. Rogers. And the song, when he comes through the door, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. He doesn't say that anymore. Now it says this neighborhood. It's like these changes are everywhere.
It's incredible because, you know, before we get too heavy into it, there's a lot of controversy around this. I mean, you know, I had a guy jump into my chat room saying, well, this channel must be crap. And this was a couple days ago. If you're having Brian Stavely, that nut bar Brian Stavely on, you know, I mean, people like you who point out these changes to history are ridiculed, are mocked, are terrorized by trolls and all sorts of stuff. How do you deal with all of that controversy?
Well, for a while, I would embarrass them. You know, I would, you know, point out how ridiculous they are, because these people that deny that this is happening, if I was to ask them a few questions and have them answer, you know, I'll have them fill in the blanks, because I don't lead people. Like some people say, oh, these Mandela Effect people, you know, they put ideas in your head or they give you multiple choice things. And I don't do that at all. You know, I make people tell me what they remember about something, right? And these people that deny that this is happening or come at me, I've proven time and time and time again how highly affected they are by a slew of changes. I do this walking down the street. I mean, the other day I was at a meetup, right? So this is something I want to talk about a little bit. I talk to people when I'm out too. I don't just do it on YouTube, okay? So I had a meetup. I'm outside, and then I started yelling. And Ed McMahon never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse. And if you think otherwise, they'll tell you you're crazy like me. Like they said, a nut bar, right? Everybody I've ever asked knows that Ed McMahon worked for Publishers Clearinghouse, right? Well, he's never done that in this reality. If you're listening to the show right now, he's never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse ever in this reality. Yet every time I keep running into these situations, so I yelled at in the middle of the street. This guy froze, right? This is all on video too, by the way, on my channel. This guy froze and said, what? Now, I've already said Ed McMahon and Publishers Clearinghouse, so I can't ask this guy, what company do you remember Ed McMahon working for? It wouldn't be intellectually honest to me, because I've already put the name out there, right, that it used to be. So I said to him, well, when I said I said, you remember Ed McMahon? He said, yeah. He said, I used to wait for the prizes. My grandfather thought he was going to win and I said, okay, so when I said Ed McMahon and Publishers Clearinghouse, what image do you have of Ed McMahon? He said, well, I remember him going to people's doors with a giant check and balloons. Well, he's never done that now in this reality. And people act like we don't have any evidence. Ed McMahon himself did a commercial for freecreditreport.com shortly before he died. He was low on finances. It was highly publicized. Many people knew he wasn't doing that well in the end. So he did the crappy commercial where he did 2 rap songs with them. Ed McMahon, like 90 years old, right? Doing a rap song in 2009. And in the rap song, he's driving around in a white van, and he's rapping about how he needs to go back to people's doors who he gave the giant checks to and collect them back. And he literally goes to their door, rings the bell, and asks back for his giant check. In this reality, he always worked for a different company that never brought checks to anybody's house. Like, it's just endless. Endless.
And it's so strange because, you know, for a lot of people who are scientific minded or believe that we are misremembering, what do you think is causing all of this? I mean, I've heard theories that it goes back to 2012 in the Mayan calendar where there was a shift. I heard it was year 2000, you know, and everybody was worried about Y2K. What do you think is going on here?
Well, I think that a lot of it is the creator reaching out to us and trying to point out a lot of things in this reality, trying to point out a lot of deception that's in this reality, trying to put out, direct messages of communication to us, like warnings. Like, so let's talk about the Bible for a second. I mean, one of the biggest things that's in the Bible is Isaiah 11:6. Now, this is, again, I question people on the street. I talk to preachers that are waving the Bible on the street on video. Like, I'm really good at getting video of all this. Sometimes it's sloppy video because people don't know I'm recording or whatever all the time, but I record this stuff all the time. And, every time I ever walk up to anybody or talk to anybody anywhere, ever, and ask them what animal lies down with the lamb in the book of Isaiah, well, they all say the lion. And that's a huge Mandela effect. And now it's the wolf that lies down with the lamb. Yet the amount of evidence that backs up. So first of all, if I would have locked 100 people in a grocery store and asked them this, I'm guaranteeing you well over 90% are going to say the lion. It's never been that now in this reality. It's always been the wolf. Yet there's depictions of lion laying with the lamb everywhere, songs named after it, bars and taverns named after it, ministries named after it. This place, Ambassador College, that I have a book back here from, because they have the lion and the lamb on their seal, they actually flew in the MGM lion to their property twice to film lion and lamb scenes from the book of Isaiah. I did a video earlier today. This guy, Henry Church Jr., who died just after 1900, it was like 1908 that he passed away. He had a lion and lamb huge monument that he carved out and put at his gravestone a few years before he died, based on the book of Isaiah 11:6, where the lion lays down with the lamb. Now it's always been the wolf. That's a big difference. And that's a universal Bible change. So people also say, well, there's so many versions of the Bible. Cool. Bring one. Bring one that says the lion and the lamb in Isaiah 11:6. You can't, because they've all changed with that one. It's a universal change. It goes retroactively all the way back into the past, just like the Lord's Prayer. If you remember, forgive us our trespasses and those who trespass against us, you will not find that in any Bible in the world right now. You will not find it. No matter how old it is. Dig it out of your basement.
Really?
Really.
Where'd it go?
It's been changed. Most say the Lord's Prayer is still there, but most versions say sins and sinners or debts and debtors, and there's a couple other variations as well, because there are so many versions. None of them say trespass and trespasses. And people will just say, oh, well, you just got that off a prayer book somewhere, and the excuses just start rolling out, right? Here's another one, the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Doesn't say that anywhere now. People will say, oh, well, that wasn't really in the Bible then. No, it's actually still in there, but it says do to others as you would have them do to you. The word unto is not there. Well, why do we remember the word unto? Why do I remember 7 years ago, our forefathers from the Gettysburg Address? If the Gettysburg Address has never said forefathers now, and it just says our fathers, go to the Gettysburg Address. If you remember forefathers, now it's just our fathers. Another huge Bible one that I don't want to forget is one that I've covered a lot. And we're not going to get into some of these other topics of the last few years, like we talked about. But just before that all started, 3 years ago, a huge Bible passage changed. And this is one that I've shown. I tried to do a short video on this. It ended up being 3.5 hours long because of all the pastors and preachers everywhere and everybody in the truth movement and all these people on YouTube that all quote this over and over. It's Matthew 18:20. Do you know what that is?
No, fill me in.
I'm going to start a phrase and finish it, okay? Where two or...
I'm not that familiar with the Bible, man.
Okay, no, that's cool. But there are people that are thinking about it as I said it. So it's used to say, where two or more gather in my name, there I will be in the midst. Now it says, wherever 2 or 3 gather, there I'll be in the midst. As in, what? 4 people, the presence of God won't be there? Is this a limited gathering? So there's all these sorts of changes that are undeniable. Like if you would ask, I know you're in Canada, but if you ask anybody in America what the DEA stands for, without hesitation, they're going to tell you the Drug Enforcement Agency. It's never been the Drug Enforcement Agency now in this reality. It's always been the Drug Enforcement Administration. It's wild. It just goes on and on. There's so many changes. It's so undeniable to me. And there's geographical changes that are huge. There's personal changes that we've all had. It's our reality is in flux, and there's loads of proof of it. You really have to bury your head in the sand to deny that there's any changes that affect you. Look at airplane engines, people. Take a look at a commercial airliner. The engines are hanging off the front of the wings now. They used to be under the wing in my reality. Now they don't even look structurally sound. Yet other than one 737 model exception, this goes all the way back on all the commercial airliners. And if you have pictures of yourself on a runway in front of one of these planes, maybe you were seeing your family off or whatever, your photograph's going to be changed. And the engine is going to be hanging off the front of the wing.
I want to ask you in regards to the Bible, because it is the longest and oldest book in print.
Yeah.
Could it not be, and not that I'm testing your thoughts here, but could it not be that, you know, people try and change it to a new brand of English to make it more of people today
Yeah.
talk like rather than people of yesteryear?
And I went back, you can go back to the original, like the Greek and the Hebrew, and it's all changed all the way back for all the verses I just talked about, all the way back before they even had the Bibles of today. So it says 2 or 3 in the Greek. It says the wolf now. And the other thing too is people watch the change books that they've already had in their home. So if somebody has a Bible in their house for 10 years, even 20 years, whatever, right? And they've read their Bible and they know that it was the lion and the lamb, their own Bible now says wolf. So that takes out the equation of that maybe the Bible has changed. It's been in their possession the entire time. And to add more to that, that one actually changed incrementally. So it changed in the King James first. So then when we would tell, not we, I wasn't really talking about it then, but when people would tell people about it, well, they would come back and say, look, it still says lamb in NIV or whatever, for example, right? And so, oh, there must be something wrong with the King James, right? Well, then what do you know?
Right.
They all change. And everybody observed this happen. But of course, the people will still deny it and, you know, act like they never had those conversations. But yeah.
Oh, true. Very true enough. You know, the one reason why I love this subject is because I actually have a Ford key. And I had a listener send this to me long before I met you. And we were doing a Mandela Effect. Now, this key is very worn out, but the Ford, the F on the Ford, which everybody knows has a little curly Q on the end, this old Ford key, it does not have the curly Q on it. And Ford states that the curly Q has always been there.
Yep. Always. And it looks ridiculous to me and to so many other people now. And, you know, for me, the Volkswagen's a huge one. And I have a personal story. I mean, I can tell real quick. I mean, I owned a Volkswagen. I mean, my first brand new car, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
All right, the Volkswagen logo, in my reality, the V and the W were merged. Now there's this huge break in it. And there's a lot of residue for this one because Volkswagen's like this big cultural thing and people have emblems of it on their neck, like the Beastie Boys had one. This artwork of it. People make tattoos of it. Okay, I remember the V and the W were merged. It wasn't broken on the back of my car. Now it's always been broken. It's a big deal for me. And also there used to be 2 spellings of Volkswagen. There used to be W-A-G-O-N in America and W-A-G-E-N in Germany. And when I used to look for parts, you know, I would have to know what I was looking for based on my American car if I was looking in a parts catalog. Now it's always been E-N worldwide. And we'll talk more about Germany after because there's a lot of Germany historical insertions, including a few more since the last time we talked that we can really get into because there's a big German
with 1 minute to go here, Brian, before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. We have to also get into, you know, we briefly touched on the timeline. Do you think a timeline was broken? Is that what you're thinking?
No, I think it's one reality that's in flux, and there's a lot of reasons for that. I don't think we're jumping timelines because we have all this residue here. We have all this evidence here. So if the Mandela Effect was caused from us coming from a different timeline or a different Earth or one of these ideas, why do we have all the physical evidence here? It shouldn't be here, but it is here, along with everybody's memories. And everybody that's here has the same memories. I know when people first start to look at this, even when they first get into it and realize it's happening, you're under the idea that not everybody's affected. No, everybody here has been going through what we've been going through. And they have the same memories as us, almost down the line.
Awesome. Awesome. Brian, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to take a break here at the bottom of the hour. From the YouTube channel and podcast Dose of Reality, Brian Stavely is here, and we are talking about the Mandela Effect. If you want to know what it is, remember thinking about things and you're like, hey, that just wasn't right. I remember this differently as a kid. That's what we're getting into tonight. Brian Stavely, one of the best when it comes to this subject. You are listening to Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. We'll be back with the second half hour of this show right after this. Stay tuned. All right, we are clear. So thank you so many people for coming in here for what could be your first time, maybe, or whatever. We do things a little bit different here because we're not only a live podcast, we're a live YouTube and Twitch channel, but we are also a live radio show. And so what I mean by live is we're live to tape on radio. So this show will play tomorrow night on our terrestrial radio affiliates. So we have to time everything out to our commercial breaks with the radio stations. So you guys get a little bit of a behind the scenes look of what we're doing, like Dirty Filth right there and his cat Blob, who loves to hang out and while Dirty is coloring his and creating his amazing cartoons. So enjoy Blob, everybody. And yeah, I hope you have some fun. If you don't mind and you like what you hear so far, take the time to hit subscribe if you haven't already. We are here 7 days a week for your listening entertainment. And, we're not as highly controversial as what Brian does, but we love our woo around here. We love the woo and we love the stories. So thank you so much for tuning us in, everyone. And I hope you really enjoy what we do here tonight. And yeah, Brian is quite an amazing talent and a good friend of this show. So, yeah. So we'll relax. Our breaks at the bottom are about 5 minutes, and our breaks at the top of the hour are 6 minutes. So, yeah, that's what we do around here. I'm going to say hello to everybody who I haven't said hello to. Mr. Gray Owl, good to have you back. And who else has snuck in here? Hadley, nice to see you. And let's see here. Derek Galloway, thank you so much for kicking off the super chat there, Derek. Very much appreciate your love and support. The super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Fiona Broom, there's a Dirty. There is a recommendation right there if you want to write it on down. I know he's listening. He's like, sure, okay. Now he'll turn his microphone on. And maybe not.
Sorry.
There he is. Fiona Broom.
I apologize.
I know. I'm writing it down for you, buddy.
He's writing it down, everybody.
How's Blob doing?
She's hijacked the show, apparently.
I know. We love Blob around here. You know that.
Yep.
All right. Hi, Derek Ning. How you doing? And who else is joining? World news from around the world. Welcome to SOR chat. And who else do we have here that's just hopped in? Chico from Phoenix. How you doing, buddy? Been a while. Richard Elmore, good to see you. And if you haven't already, give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, whatever you prefer. Really helps with our algorithms. And don't forget after the show to leave a comment. Tell us what you think. We'd appreciate it. And Alien Believers, nice to see you. And who else do we have here? Star Scarred, nice to have you back. And the chat room is rocking tonight. Glenn from Boston, welcome to SOR chat. And we got about 2 minutes here, guys. Preliminal, welcome to SOR chat. Let's see here. Who else do we have here? $180, welcome to SOR chat. Dogface Simon, good to see you. Susan B, welcome. And okay, I think we're caught up. Ryan Hultman, good to have you back. Corey Cole, nice to see you. TCR 44, welcome from Fargo, North Dakota. Good to have you here. Look at Blob. Hey, Blob, how you doing? Give her a little pet for us. Give her a little pet for us there. Oh, we can hear some purring.
She's a cat of few words.
Very true. Very true. Don't forget, everyone, I will be attending UFO Con 2023 in San Francisco, California. And you could go to UFOCon2023.com. Get your tickets today if you want to hang on out with some of the best in ufology. And on May 19th through 21st, it's our second annual Spaced Out Radio fan party at the Golden Nugget Casino. We're trying to get Brian to come down for that. he may come to that. And everybody's invited. It's nice and cheap. Tickets are on sale. You can check the green ticker down below, and it's $60 per ticket, or $100 if you want a VIP package. Hi, Mennonite Abe. VIP gets a VIP night and a big swag bag from us. Yeah, so it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. 10 seconds here, Dirty. I'm going to put you on mute, and we're going to go back here. And here we go, everyone. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. All right, let's continue on. Controversial subject tonight on the big show. Brian Stavely from Dose of Reality is here, and we are talking about the Mandela Effect. We learned a little bit last half hour what it was all like. So if you missed that part, you're going to have to listen to the podcast or just hit rewind on the YouTube channel when you want to check that on out. Brian, welcome back, my man.
Hey, thank you. Can I say something that would be a little weird, right? Like if I would have asked 100 people a question and they all answered with the wrong answer, and it was like 30% of them all answered with the wrong answer, and it wasn't a multiple choice question, and they all had the exact same answer, that would be a little weird. But what we have actually, like again, let's say I locked 100 people in a grocery store and I asked them the famous quote that Snow White, the witch, says in Snow White into the mirror. 100 of those people are going to say, mirror, mirror on the wall. 100 of the people, and if not 100, at 95% of the 100 people, 95 out of 100 people are going to say, mirror, mirror on the wall. It's never been mirror, mirror on the wall now in this reality. Okay, so why would damn near 100% of the people all give the exact same answer and it's all wrong? And anybody listening to this right now, I didn't even have to quiz you and say, what do you remember? I already know what you remember. And you do too. Be honest with yourself. Don't throw away your senses because you're told that this can't happen. You know it was mirror, mirror on the wall. Not only that, you know who else knows it was mirror, mirror on the wall? Walt Disney himself in 1955 on video, quoting his own movie, Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. But now it's always been Magic Mirror on the Wall. Disney just put out a movie a couple months ago, called Disenchanted, with live action people playing out parts of these characters. Twice in that movie, the live action person quoting their own product, their own franchise, says Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. But it's Magic Mirror now. Now, you want to talk about significant residue besides what I just gave you at Walt Disney, besides the fact that if I locked 100 people in the grocery store, every single person remembers mirror, mirror. It's never been that. We're supposed to just ignore all that. When I told you what a Mandela effect is. When something changes, the physical matter changes, and it changes retroactively all the way back into the past. So every copy of that movie now says Magic Mirror. It doesn't matter how old it, you can't, you pull it out, it's going to say Magic Mirror, not Mirror, Mirror. But that movie's worldwide. It's dubbed over in other languages. And what's a dubbed over movie? Well, that's not the original soundtrack, okay? And in other languages like German, Italian, Russian, I believe, that Snow White movie with the person that's reading the script, back when they dubbed over the movie, it still says Mirror, Mirror in there because that's what it was. Same thing with the Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump in these other languages still says life is like a box of chocolate. In German, they say life is like a box of chocolates. Not was. And it didn't change with the Mandela effect. It remains as the residue. Never mind the fact that the merchandise for Mirror Mirror is just all over the place. Like, there's too many of these to deny. It's like, how many are you going to deny just because you want to protect your precious paradigm of reality. Like our reality it's definitely in flux. I mean, for me, that's without question at this point. So people can get triggered. I don't understand why it's such a triggering topic to people. Like, you're going to have to deal with it. There's more than the physical. There is the supernatural. It's not just the physical realm. Then we're witnessing the supernatural in real time. I'll take a breath.
What's funny is I actually had my mother-in-law over for a week, and yes, I survived. Just so you know, I did survive. And the funny part about it is we were talking about you coming on the show, and she asked me, well, what's the Mandela effect? And I started telling her. And the one that gets me, Brian, is the fact that I remember the movie Shazam. I never saw it because I thought that Sinbad, the comic, was extremely not funny. Like, we're talking Bob Saget, Bob Saget, Rosie O'Donnell, not funny. Okay.
Exactly.
And yet now that movie was never made. It never happened. The closest to it was Shaquille O'Neal's movie Kazam.
Yeah.
But Shazam with Sinbad the comic never happened.
And we're supposed to just ignore that. And how many of these are going to pile up before you're going to say, wow, this thing is actually real? Literally, the movie doesn't exist. It's never existed in this reality. And Sinbad, whether he's in on it or he's seriously triggered because he honestly doesn't remember, I mean, he's got way overboard to troll the Mandela Effect community, to the point they even made a fake video that they put out on April Fool's in 2018, where he dressed up as the genie, and they made this fake video, and they put all this fake Mandela Effect residue all throughout the video so people would run with it. You know, it's wild, dude. There's so many changes. And that one's a really crazy one because that one just completely disappeared from reality. And so many of us have the same anchor memory of when the Shaq one came out 2 years later. Kazam, we thought, what a ripoff of Shazam. Why would they do that?
Absolutely. And you know what's funny is my mother-in-law is 79 years old, and she remembers the commercials and the advertisements at the video stores for this movie that didn't happen.
Yeah, and I bet you if you ask her, you know, and I probably should have prefaced it a little better when I put it out earlier. Everybody, if you're honest with yourself, you do remember Mirror Mirror. I don't have to even ask you, but that's not even the only part that changed about it. So I saw people typing in the chat. I remember Mirror Mirror on the Wall. Who's the fairest of them all? It's not of them all anymore either. It's who's the fairest one of all now. So it's got two changes in it. And it's funny because when articles come out and try and debunk us, it's always been Magic Mirror. They forget about the second part, or they don't realize it. And they put the old way right in their article trying to debunk the Mandela Effect. And we just laugh at them. It's a joke, dude. I mean, come on, man. Oh, Wizard of Oz, dude. When she, if anybody's watched Wizard of Oz, when the witch lets the flying monkeys out of the cage, what does she say? If you remember, fly my pretties fly.
Yeah, fly my pretties fly. Yes.
Not anymore. Now it's just fly, 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 which is crazy. Totally remember fly my pretty fly. And at the end of the movie, paid no attention to the man behind the curtain is what the wizard said. Now it says pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. Now I know that's just a movie change, but we did talk about Bible changes earlier, and we can get to geography, and we're going to get to history and all that. But this is physical matter that you can check, you know, like you can check. So if you remember Mirror Mirror on the Wall, and you think we're just full of it, then go and pull out your recording of it. You're going to see what's going to happen. It's going to say Magic Mirror. It doesn't matter how long you've been holding on to it. You know?
Now, weren't there a bunch in the movies Back to the Future as well? Bunch of Mandela Effect?
Yeah, the biggest one for me in Back to the Future that's completely ridiculous. I want you guys to think, if you remember the opening scene, Marty goes to Doc's house and he goes to hook up the guitar and he blows the amp. And picture in your mind what that guitar looked like. And if you go and look at it now and you haven't in a while, it's going to blow your mind, because it used to be like a regular size electric guitar to my memory. Now it's like this little yellow thing. It looks like a ukulele, dude. It's completely ridiculous, man. Completely ridiculous.
I know.
Flux capacitor. The flux is an interesting one with Back to the Future, and I do have a Back to the Future video on my channel. So I have a list of Mandela Effect, short list I call it. I have 123 videos that I consider my biggest changes, and I cover one in each video and break it down. And I have one that covers Back to the Future movie. The flux capacitor is now reversed of what it was. So, and so, like, what's really funny is, do you remember the scene where Doc Brown it's raining out and it's in Back to the Future 2, right? I think it's in Back to the Future 1. Marty goes back to the past. He tries to convince Doc that, hey, you built a time machine in the future. I need your help, right? And Doc, like, slams the door in his face and all that. And then, like, later on in the night, Doc meets Marty out, like, where they're going to where he has the DeLorean hidden, and it's raining, right? And he opens the doors for the DeLorean for Doc to see the flux capacitor, right? And the flux capacitor is pointing in one direction, but now opposite of what Doc holds up when he holds the diagram. And there's residue for this everywhere. So where it used to go, I don't remember if it went from like this, from the 1 to the 2 stem, or from the 2 stem to the 1. It's been a while since I looked at it. But now when Doc holds up the diagram of the flux capacitor, and he's like, I know I built it. It works. You know, his image is opposite of the orientation of the flux capacitor, and his image that he's holding up has written text on it. So people say, well, maybe the image is upside down. So there's like a lot of little changes like that. But that's kind of a significant one because, you know, if we're talking about the Mandela effect and what's going on with time and everything, and the flux capacitors upside down could be some sort of symbolism, just like, you know, or a warning, just like, you know, the wolf is now dwelling with the lamb instead of the lion laying with the lamb in the Bible, you know? Or
very true.
Yeah. So you want to hear something crazy?
Well, before we do, for our audience, I want you to describe, because you've used the term residue a lot here. Yeah. Could you define that for us?
So when the Mandela effect changes, right, the residue is all the other physical evidence around it that doesn't change. So, for instance, I talked about Mr. Rogers, right? Mr. Rogers used to say it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Now it's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. Well, go look at damn near every parody that's ever been done, whether it's Eddie Murphy on Saturday Night Live, Johnny Carson, all these people. They're all, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, right? That's residue. That's residual evidence that's left over, you know? We use things like newspapers.com where you can go back in hundreds of years of archives. So like when these changes happen, whether it's a Bible change or whatever, you can go back and see all of this stuff that still remains in the newspaper as residual evidence. That's what residue is. Or you go back through, like, for instance, right now, anybody that's listening, if I was to ask you what the most famous brand of avocado is, what would you say? And I'll give everybody a second. And if you want to know, well, what do you mean? It begins with an H. Okay. So everybody's going to tell you it's Haas Avocados, Haas. Now, Haas Avocados has never existed. And it's always been Haas, Hass, okay? And which also means the guy Rudolf Haas that it was named after, his name changed, his entire family name changed. Another German Mandela effect, by the way. Now it's always been Haas Avocados. Now you want to talk about residual? How about this? For whatever reason, I actually have something that shouldn't even exist. This spelling has now never existed in this reality. And for whatever reason, this bag didn't change, okay? And this is official. And what's interesting is saw this on a Kroger website, which is a grocery store down here in the States, right? And I tried to buy it and I tried to order it and it wouldn't let me get it delivered. And then it said, sorry, the product doesn't exist. And I was surprised to even see an image of it because photographs of Mandela affected things changed with the item. So when I tried to order it, it redirected me to the new spelling, Hass. Sent people to grocery stores, 2 different grocery stores, and one came back with one spelling, one came with the other. Yet in this reality, this shouldn't even exist. We're told it's always been Hass. It's never been Haas in this reality. Yet if you go right now to Walmart, I think Kroger's, but if you go to Walmart for sure, their POS system, even though all the displays, all the stickers on the avocados will say Hass, right? Their register and their computer system hasn't taken the Mandela effect update yet. And it still says Haas on the receipt. There's other ones like that. So here's another one, right? The famous author that wrote the Peanuts series. I want you guys to think if you know who he is. His name is Charles. Do you know what his last name was?
Schultz.
Thank you. Schultz. His name has never been Schultz now. Now his name is Charles M. Schulz. The T has disappeared from his name. Now, if you were to Google it, who is the Peanuts, this is interesting, right? If you were to Google who is the Peanuts author, right? It's going to tell you Charles M. Schulz, no T, new reality. If you do it on your phone, at least as of a few weeks ago, last time I made a video on this, if you do it on the phone and you speak to Google and you ask them a session and your phone speaks back to you, the voice through Google hasn't taken the update yet and will repeat it back to you as Charles M. Schultz. He's never had the T in his name now, though. So there's still residue within Google's voice system that hasn't updated yet. Charles M. Schultz.
What do you mean by update? The Mandela update.
So the update, when it comes in and changes the official record of everything. So, like, if you were to look for anything, including, say, he had an airport named after him, right? That's changed. All the monuments of anything to do with him have changed. Every freaking book that Charles M. Schultz wrote now says Charles M. Schultz on it with no T. Doesn't matter how old it is, okay? So that's the one main thing. All that changes at once with the Mandela Effect, right? But then some of these other systems, like, they take a little while to update between the Google or maybe in between all the media or whatever. It doesn't all happen at once. That's what I mean by the update. It was 100%
Gotcha.
Charles M. Schultz. That's one of the earlier videos I made. There's so much residual evidence of Charles M. Schultz. You go, it's crazy, dude. He just lost a T in his name. Another one like that, too. And that's another German one. A very same pattern. The famous toy store that's in the movie Big with Tom Hanks in New York City. Do you know what it's called?
Oh, my goodness. I can see it. I loved that movie as a kid.
Well, I'll tell people it was F.A.O. Schwartz. But now F.A.O. Schwartz is F.A.O. Schwarz. Another one that ended in T.Z. but lost T in this reality all the way back into time. Retroactively, all the way back. So any official thing from them is going to be completely changed. All the way back to the past.
I'm a diehard sports fan. I always have been. Are there any Mandela effects regarding sports?
Yeah. I got one for you. What do you remember visually about the Mike Tyson Evander Holyfield air bite fight? Like, what do you remember going down visually?
I actually watched that fight live and watching Tyson go nuts in the ring and Holyfield grabbing his ear and the referee. I mean, the fight was just getting good and wild when the referee called that fight and disqualified Tyson.
I'll tell you what I remember, and I'm not trying to talk you into my memory or whatever. I'll just tell you what I remember, and many people remember, and what it is now. So what I remember is when Tyson bit his ear, and he didn't bite his whole ear off. I know it was just a portion of the ear, but it was a significant portion. When he bit it off, he spit a piece of that ear on the mat, and the camera panned down to that, and that's completely gone now. That doesn't happen. Now when he bites his ear, it's just like there's a little tiny stream of blood coming off his ear, and that's all you really see. And the whole ending of the fight is like completely different for me. Here's another one. I got another one for you too. Babe Ruth, right, is iconic for the pointing the bat and the called shot. Okay, it's mimicked all the time. We always did it as kids. We would point the freaking wiffle ball bat, the baseball bat to the bleachers. It was imitated in many movies and everything, like the movie The Sandlot. Now he's never done that. This video now of it, and it's not a bat, and he just kind of goes like this with his finger towards the pitcher, and it's not even a bat point to the crowd. So the whole Babe Ruth bat thing has never happened now. And what's really interesting is there's a guy, I think it was like Lefty Grove. There's another sports guy, and he died a long time ago, maybe 20, 30 years ago, whatever. And he did this interview before he died, and he was talking about the bat point, and he was like, yeah, he pointed at. But I think for some reason, people in the future will like argue that or whatever. Like, it was really creepy what he said, dude. And I don't know what's like I used there's a lot more that people talk about. Just like people ask me about changes in video games. There's definitely Mandela effects in video games, but I don't play video games anymore. I know there's a big one in Call of Duty that people talk about, this sign that popped up on a map that was never there. And yes, it's on their hard copies of the game, not just an online map, online lobby that people are going into. So there's definitely that goes on too. I mean, there's changes. I mean, all the brand changes they're all gigantic, you know. Like I do a show with a guy named Nathan Sanders a lot, right? Brilliant guy. And he's been trying to wake his sister up to years. And it took the spelling of a diarrhea medicine, for lack of a better word, Imodium ID. It lost an M, I guess. And that is what woke her up when she saw that it was spelled differently in her purse. Chick-fil-A, C-H-I-C. 100% it was spelled C-H-I-C. Now it's always been C-H-I-C-K. Go on YouTube. There's a fad that goes around where people eat chicken sandwiches at like Popeyes, Chick-fil-A, and Wendy's. And so many of them have their videos titled CHIC, Chick-fil-A. Now it's always been CHICK in this reality. There's so many of these changes. It's absurd to deny that it's happening. Absolutely absurd. The Monopoly man has never had a monocle in this reality. You know?
He's always had one in mind.
Yeah, dude, that one's ridiculous. Ridiculous. There's a scene in Ace Ventura 2 where this guy comes down the stairs and Ace Ventura is like, "You must be the Monopoly man." And he starts beating the crap out of the guy. The only feature that guy had on was a monocle. He didn't even have a cane. He didn't have a top hat. He just had a monocle. Bald guy with a monocle. Why would they call him Monopoly man if the Monopoly man's never had a monocle? And I knew the Monopoly man had a monocle long before Ace Ventura 2, if I even saw Ace Ventura 2.
We got 2.5 minutes before we need to go to break at the top of the hour. Brian S. Stavely talking about the Mandela Effect here. Now, getting back to sports here, wasn't there something with the Heisman Trophy?
Oh, dude, that's a huge one. I'm glad you brought it up.
The college football's top player?
Yes, people picture the Heisman pose. So what it is, it's like the MVP for college football in the United States. The pose used to be like this. I have my virtual camera on. Crap, I got to shut that off. But my one leg up with that hand out to the side, that's what the trophy looked like. When these players are getting touchdowns and interceptions and big plays near the end of the season, and they're in the running for this award, to do a celebration, no matter what that celebration usually is, they'll do the Heisman pose. They're like, "Look at me, I'm gonna win the MVP. I'm gonna win the Heisman." Now the Heisman pose, the trophy itself, going all the way back, both feet on the ground, and the hand is like this. I brought this up because I forgot, and I have a video on it. It's huge. They even still doing commercials. I mean, they did like a Toyota commercial last year called the Heisman House. All 4 of these football players that are in the commercial get out there and they go like this. And it's never been that now. It's always been both feet on the ground and like this. The trophy looks completely ridiculous, guys. Look at the Heisman trophy. Looks completely ridiculous. Tons of statue changes, though, like other statues. You know, like the Thinker statue is a huge one. And we've watched that incrementally change. And it's crazy. There's a whole field trip of kids that took a photo around it. They're all posing the way that it used to be around the statue. But the statue and the picture behind them is in a completely different orientation now. And there's other examples of this at different Thinker statues around the world with people posing the wrong way, which is completely different than the way it is now. And we can talk about that break if you want.
Oh, we can talk about a lot of stuff. What do you enjoy the most? 30 seconds here. What do you enjoy the most about finding these Mandela effects?
Well, I just, you know, like I believe you and a lot of things you look into, you want to know what this place is. You want to know the wonders of this reality. And for me, this is the most fascinating thing. And I mean, we could, and we don't have enough time, but we could go on for 5-6 hours and I could throw so many changes out there where it would just overwhelm people and they'd have to accept that, you know, that some of these are affecting you. What you have to do, people, is, you know, don't let ones you don't agree with deter. We're not saying we all see all the exact same things. We see most of them. The fact is, though, that reality flux, and there's a bunch that affect you.
I'm going to get you to hold on right there. We have Brian Stavely for another hour here on Spaced Out Radio from the YouTube channel Dose of Reality and the podcast of the same name. We are talking the Mandela Effect. We will return with more of these strange occurrences right here on Spaced Out Radio. Stay tuned. All right, we are clear. And we're going to turn it over to Dirty Filth here for a little bit while we take a break here. So for people who are new here, we are we're a combination of a YouTube channel, a live podcast, and a radio show because we are on terrestrial radio. We have to time everything out regarding our radio stations. So if you're not used to it or you're like, hey, what the hell are these guys doing? Taking breaks here. That's why we have to do it. So Dirty Filth here, he's our resident cartoonist. He's drawn a cartoon. You can get his calendar. You can get his book that he has out on Amazon. He's going to tell you all about it. Take it away, Dirty. All right. We got about 90 seconds here.
Cool.
Hey, scowling Greg O'Brien. How's your scowl tonight? Can't wait to meet you in Vegas, buddy. Jurassic Joey, how you doing? Let's give a quick rundown. Did I miss anybody else here? Hi, amazing Kira.
Good amount of people.
Karen A. Dahlman, check your Facebook Messenger if you don't mind. And Blue Cruise, good to see you. Big Titty Twinkies, how are you? And who else is here? Angela Krause, nice to see you back. Boy, the chat room is moving tonight. Brian, they love you, man. They love you.
Good.
Glenn from Boston.
Good. I like coming on, dude. I really do. You're a talented host, and I appreciate that. So
Thank you.
I love coming
on. The Michael Leger, thank you again for the lovely. Check this out. Michael Leger, guy in the chat room, carved that Sasquatch head for me.
That's cool.
Yeah, pretty proud. Pretty proud. Hey, don't forget, I will be in San Francisco March 17th through 19th. I will be the host of UFOCon 2023. You can get your tickets at UFOCon2023.com. Hi there, Miss Dill Pickles. And don't forget, everybody's invited. We got our Vegas party right here. Check the ticker right below. Everybody's invited to the Golden Nugget May 19th through 21st for our second annual Spaced Out Radio fan party. We'd love to see you all there. We're going to see if Brian can make it for us. Here we go, everyone, with hour number 2 right now.
You know, I really might show up. So
you're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. And on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Rabble. Rabble is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. Second hour with Brian Stavely from Dose of Reality YouTube channel and podcast. We're talking about the Mandela Effect. What is it? Well, many people believe timelines have been switched along the last 20 or 30 years. Do you believe it? Do you remember movie lines that no longer exist? Brian, thank you so much for joining us, my man.
Thank you, man. And I'd like to take it to something a little more serious now that we kind of gave people a little intro, and we can talk about other things too. A whole bunch of people's names have changed, you know, logos for companies. It is absolutely endless as far as that goes. But I would like to real quickly, if we could just touch on what really woke me up to the Mandela Effect. It really made me realize it was serious. Like I saw the Berenstain thing early on, and people had presented it to me, and I kind of I knew it was always Berenstain. Now in this reality, it's always been the Bears, right? But what happened is I got hit with JFK and the changes to JFK and the changes to geography. So maybe we can quickly talk about geography. That would be cool. And then we can get into some history if that works for you.
Sure. Let's go for it.
So that's what's really, really mind-blowing in my opinion. So when I talk about geography, right, I understand that let's get some stuff square right now before we even get into it. I understand that maps are made for different reasons, different political reasons. I understand there's different projections of maps and globes, and people have different theories on what this place is. People have different ideas on what the imagery given to us is, whether it's real, whether it's fake. None of that is, and I know that they can update Google Earth. None of that applies to what I'm going to say right here. There are changes to the land masses. The land masses of the Earth are in the wrong position. Not only that, people have risen from the dead, by the way. for sure. But we'll get to that after. There's so much that's going on here with this. The land masses of the earth are in the wrong place. So the two that really blew my mind, if I were to ask you, people just listening, in relation to North America, where is South America? And, you give people a second. And for me, what I remember is North America, South America was underneath North America, a little bit over to the right, but basically underneath North America. And Central America came down to South America, near the top left of it, and the Panama Canal connected the oceans and was east and west. And now, if you were to look at any map, any globe, just online, one in your house, every single one, South America is about 15 miles out of where I remember it being. And it's so far over towards Africa now that Central America doesn't hit the top of it. It hits the west side of it. And the Panama Canal is like this. It's almost north and south. That is mind-blowing to me. So if you remember the Panama Canal being east and west and South America being underneath North America for the most part, guess what? It's never been that in this reality, and you can't find a map or a globe that shows otherwise. Then on top of that, one that's just as big for me is right next to it. So if I were to ask you what Cuba, what it looks like, it's, what its orientation is in relationship to Florida. And so many of us remember Cuba being a small island to the southeast of Florida. If you remember Cuba being a small island to the southeast of Florida, you better have a look at a map or a globe or whatever, or go there. Because yes, these are changes in reality too, not just on the depictions of reality. Cuba is no longer a small island. In fact, Cuba is about as big as Florida. It's just on its side. And it's so far west now. It is still east, but it's so big and long now. It's so far west, it's almost connected to Mexico. That's gigantic for me. So if you remember it as a small island to the southeast of Florida, or you remember the Panama Canal east to west and South America underneath North America, you're highly Mandela affected. And the majority of people do remember that. It's mind-blowing.
Does the Mandela effect affect everybody, or is it just affecting certain people?
Everybody. No, not every change is going to affect everybody, but if you put me in a room with anybody, let me have a conversation with them, and they'll just at least answer what I'm going to ask them. I'll prove that they're affected by the majority of ones. I could come with 100 changes and show they're at least affected by 60 or 70 of them. Easy.
Incredible.
That's my opinion. I know maybe not everybody agrees. That's my experience. I talk to people on the street all the time. I walk up to, like I said, I walk up to preachers in Huntington Beach, right? And they're waving the Bible, talking about Jesus. And I said, hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, we're talking about the Bible. I said, oh, I have an interesting take on the Bible. Yeah, you mind if you answer a couple questions for me? Oh, sure. And then I'll ask them, Matthew 18:20. 3 guys separately, not even within hearing distance of each other. I asked them all on video. With 2 or more gather in my name. I had them open up their Bibles in front of me on the street on video. And of course, their Bibles say 2 or 3. It's every single one. Another huge one is another guy I approached, and he came at me with a Bible verse that I already know doesn't exist. I already made a video on it. And that's, my people perish for a lack of knowledge. Hosea 4:6. My people perish for a lack of knowledge has been changed in every Bible in the world. And most of them say destroyed. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. None say perish or perished. Everybody's affected, especially the people that deny it. I made for a couple of years pointing all these people out, but I don't bother anymore. But everybody's affected by a lot of them. I haven't met an uninfected person yet.
Really?
Yep.
That is pretty incredible. Pretty incredible
No,
when it comes down
yeah.
to it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find that...
And I seen somebody in chat said, I need biblical discernment. My discernment is strong, brother. You remember my people perish for a lack of knowledge? You need the discernment and strength to look in your Bible and realize that it's not in there. Neither is where 2 or more gather in my name. Neither is the lion and the lamb. Those are universal changes. I know the deal about different translations. I'm not a fool. I got all the bases covered. There are changes that are specific to the KJV, like the word planets being in Kings 2:23-5. That wasn't there. Now in Moses is carrying tables instead of tablets. There's a whole bunch of KJV specific changes. And when I talk about that, I mentioned that they are KJV specific changes. I know the difference. My discernment's strong.
Or talk about landmass. I mean, we talk about Mexico, we talk about Cuba. Have any other land masses changed?
Yes, I'm just, ones I like to stick to ones that I'm really sure of. But if you look at Germany now, Germany looks completely ridiculous. It has this huge northern coast. It did not have this huge northern coast, wherever I come from or whatever. Now, there's a lot of people that are really good with geography changes that cover a lot of different islands and things like this. That's not really my strength, but one that really bothers me is Italy. So Italy, I remember Italy being a standing boot, right? If you look at Italy now, Italy is cocked back it's like a 50-degree angle. It's cocked back like this, and it has a high heel now. And it's almost connected. Sicily, it's almost connected. It looks ridiculous.
I always remember Italy having being like a high-heeled boot, though.
Okay.
But I mean, like you said, it affects us a lot, each and everybody differently.
Yeah. Like if we sat here with two people that are highly affected and we went through, say, 100 of them that we would know one way or the other, we're going to be affected by probably about 90 of the same ones. But there's always going to be a few that, like people talk about the Darth Vader quote being the Mandela Effect. For me, that's all I am your father, But so many people remember Luke, I am your father. So that's not for me,
Now, how come, like, for some people, like, to take your example that you just used with, I am your father compared to Luke, I am your father from Star Wars. How comes for some people it is different? Have we figured that out yet?
Well, I look at this place as like whatever this reality is we've seen, because physical man has changed and retroactively, and whatever time is completely out the window, at least from what we've been told, right? Our perception of what time and matter is completely off, or at least it has been off, and we're trying to come to realize what that is. I think that in a way we perceive this reality, it basically like we're in a stew of frequencies, you could look at it, right? And those of us that are kind of resonating on the same level, those frequencies are permeating through us pretty much the same, right? But there are going to be some small differences, That's the kind of the way I look at it. That I can't see it another way. Like I can't see, it's not like for me, I just don't buy that we're bouncing into different realities. There's just too much that happens to all of us at once. And the evidence is here to back it up as well, that I think this reality is in flux. And I think we're perceiving it almost the same as each other, but there are going to be those little differences.
Really?
We've also observed Mandela effects flip-flop, change and change back, Like we've observed that happen in front of us several times, The most notable one is Apollo 13, the movie with Tom Hanks, that the famous quote, Houston, we have a problem. It changed to past tense. Houston, we've had a problem. And then after a couple months, it changed back. And I can actually prove that it flip-flopped. I have a video showing that. So when the Mandela Effect happened, they wanted to discredit it. So what they do is they'll come out and they'll put it in an article that says it's a movie misquote. That's what they do a lot with this, right? And it's very transparent. So when Apollo 13 changed, right? And it changed from Houston, we have a problem. Houston, we've had a problem, right? And it changed back. Everybody's videos that talked about that original change completely disappeared, right? But not only that, they tried to debunk it. So there's several news sites, and I have them in my video. I can't think off the top of my head. So what they did is when Houston, we have a problem, changed to Houston, we've had a problem, and Mandela Effect people are talking about it. They come out with articles, and the article says the biggest movie misquotes of all time. Number one, they put Apollo 13, right? They put Apollo 13, and they said people quoted as Houston, we have a problem, but it's always been Houston, we've had a problem, and it's a misquote, right? But then it changed back. So right now it's back to what it was. Houston, we have a problem. Yet their articles remain calling Houston, we have a problem, the biggest misquote of all time, because it's always been Houston, we've had a problem. That's pretty significant evidence of the flip-flop. And we watched that all happen.
I just didn't know it could switch back.
Yeah.
Are there any other examples? Are there any other examples of Mandela effects that have switched back?
Yeah, there's a few that people have talked about, but honestly, I'm not too confident in the other ones, so I'd rather not put out examples that I don't think are that strong. But there's been a couple other ones, and there's probably one I would like to go to right now that I can't think of, and it's just slipping my mind. But that's definitely the strongest one.
Okay, what about food products?
Oh, excellent, dude. You know, excellent. So we talked about Hass avocados never existing. It's always been Hass. Here's a huge one for me, Dave. If I were to ask you what company makes the most famous brand of stovetop stuffing, what would you say?
Stouffer's or Stouffer's or something like that?
Stouffer's. And everybody listening, what would you guys say? Would you say Stouffer's? Cool. Stouffer's has never made stovetop stuffing. And in this reality, it's always been Kraft. And in fact, if you look it up, the box looks just like the Stouffer's box used to look, but it's always been Kraft. And of course, people that deny that this could happen will just say, oh, well, they sold it to the company. So show us the proof where Stouffer's sold it to Kraft. No, there is no business transaction between Stouffer's and Kraft. It did go from some other company, I think General Foods or something, to Kraft, or never Stouffer's. It's never been Stouffer's stovetop stuffing. You can't find a box of Stouffer's stovetop stuffing anywhere in this reality. It was the only brand of stovetop stuffing I knew, Dave. It was like the king of stovetop stuffing. It's the only reason I knew Stouffer's, and then later on I used to get their French bread pizza because their stuffing was so good.
I tell my partner every Christmas and Thanksgiving, get Stouffer's stovetop stuffing.
Yep.
Every time.
It's never existed now. So you have to throw that memory away and just say, this can't happen to our reality, and I'm just an idiot, and my senses are failing me. That's what people want you to do. Absolutely not going to do that. Another one that's huge is Kit Kat. Kit Kat used to have a dash. Kit Kat has never had a dash now in this reality, right? Let's go through some real quick. Here's another huge one that just got highlighted with Residue all over the news because of Kanye West and all the, hoopla around him like a month or two ago. And that's because he stormed in the office of Skechers, the shoe company. Skechers no longer has a T, just like Charles M. Schultz, just like FAO Schwartz. What's happening to the T's with the Mandela effect? This seems to be a pattern.
Seems like when we have to go back to the early or the late 90s, early 2000s, where everybody was changing the S to a Z on the end. So if you had like wrestlers did it all the time, like the Hardy Boys were not B-O-Y-S, they were B-O-Y-Z. It's almost like that. Just drives me nuts.
And except it's nobody's official anything. It goes all the way back into the past, and what we remembers never existed. Another one that's huge for me for food, and we were talking about Hass avocados earlier. Here's an actual fruit. Macintosh apples. Macintosh apples have never existed now. They're Macintosh apples. They've never been Macintosh apples. Now they've always been Macintosh. Turmeric, the spice turmeric has never existed. It's always been turmeric now. Now here's another one, a brand change that's big, and the residue is significant. Procter & Gamble. The company Procter & Gamble owns a whole shitload of companies in the United States and maybe in Canada. I don't know. I don't know if you know Procter & Gamble, but they used to be Proctor. Now it's Procter. And some of the residue we have, I have a folder full for different products of theirs that for whatever reason, these patents, if they were filed before 2013, they still have the old spelling on there. Anything after 2014, they have the new spelling of ER. But you're told it's never been OR. And again, the guy it's named after, his name changed. His name was William Proctor. Now it's William Proctor with an ER. Kind of like the O change into the E in Volkswagen worldwide. It's wild, dude. So here's my first Mandela effect, right? So my first Mandela effect, most people like in the community, what happens is we've had changes way back in the past. We just didn't realize what the hell it was until now we're aware of this type of thing, right? Then you look back, oh man, I remember when that guy's name changed. Well, for me, there's a famous wrestler and his name was Mr. Perfect when I grew up, and I used to love Mr. Perfect. He was one of my favorite wrestlers, okay? And in the year 2000 or maybe 1999, when I was playing a video game, I noticed his name had changed. His name was Kurt Hennig. Kurt Hennig. And his father was a wrestler too, Larry Hennig. And then I noticed that his name had said Hennig. And I was like, Hennig? But I kind of just rolled with it, you know? Like, I didn't think there was a Mandela effect. I didn't know nothing about none of that. I wasn't aware of things. And then looking back, I realized it. So I made a video on it like 4 years ago. I keep getting trolled by reality. Like, I'm meant to like talk to people about this. I feel the creator is reaching out through me to talk to people. I'm in a bar in California. I'm on vacation 2 months ago, right? I go to see my friend Steffi out there. We go to this bar place down there. And I walk in and I go to sit down to get a drink. And I hear this guy. And he's like, Mr. Perfect was my best friend. And he's telling everybody how Mr. Perfect was his best friend. Now, this guy's dead now. Mr. Perfect's dead now. He died a long time ago, shortly after I noticed his name changed. But Mr. Perfect was my best friend. He's telling people in the bar. I'm like, oh, I'm definitely going to talk to this guy, right? So before I start the story, whether this guy was really his best friend or he was blowing smoke, he at least knew a ton about the guy, his childhood, his hometown. He had stories of him in school. I think he really was his friend. He went on and on how Mr. Perfect was his best friend. So I'm recording this. This is on my channel too. So 4 times on video, I said, how do you spell his name? He said Henning. 4 different times on video. And then when I told him, dude, you should have seen his face. I said, you know your best friend's name has never been Henning? He froze on camera like this, dude. And it was crazy. And I had to calm him down a little and get into some easier things like mirror, mirror. And then I had his girlfriend look at Haas avocados. It blew her mind. I said, now Google Haas avocados on your phone. And she Googled it, and it spell corrected her to Hass, Haas, because that's what it's always been. Blew these people's minds, dude.
It's fantastic. We have 2 minutes to go before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. Brian Stavely is our guest from Dose of Reality podcast and YouTube channel, talking the Mandela Effect. How do you keep all this straight? I mean, there's just so much happening, you know, that
I got a good memory. As much as people would like to tell us we have crap memories, my memory is strong, dude. And we're going to get into history too when we get back, because that's the big stuff. And there's some new stuff for people that have heard the other interviews I've done with you. I got some new changes to do with Germany that I just discovered like a week ago. So yeah, it's a lot to keep track of. And dude, there's a lot. This gets a lot deeper too. Like, there's people that are really deep with the Bible changes and the geography and anatomy. And, you know, I just don't go too deep into things that I don't know, because I don't want to falsely call something a Mandela effect. I don't need to do that, you know. So I stick with what I know. I know some of it for some people, it might get repetitive, but there is some new stuff to bring up. So, and I think it's pretty big.
I think so too. I mean, you must have a lot of fun finding these. Like, how often are you finding new ones?
Maybe every few months, you know. I'm not always finding them myself. It's usually people send it to me, or I'll be aware of it some other way. Now, there are a lot of other changes I didn't get into tonight, like music and stuff, and maybe we can touch on a couple of those briefly too, because I think the music changes are big. They really resonate with people, and I've instituted a new strategy. I had an interesting experience at the piano bar that I'd like to talk about when we get back.
Well, we can definitely do that, you know, because I can just see you having an absolute blast doing this. And, you know, when we come back to, I do have some audience questions that I do want to get through tonight, because I always like to get some audience participation here in hour number 2. And so I really look forward to this. And Brian, I'm having a blast. Whether you believe it or not, that is up to you. You know, like, I see a few people in our chat rooms, you know, getting a little feisty here. You know what? Just let the woo happen. Just enjoy it for what it's worth. You don't have to believe it. You may believe some, you may believe all, but the main thing is just have some fun.
And don't dismiss it. Don't dismiss it until you take an honest look. If you think it's as easy as a company or a logo or brand change a name or a mistranslation or whatnot, try and call out any of the ones I addressed tonight. Remind the show, listen to it. Look it up.
Brian Stavely from Dose of Reality YouTube channel and podcast. Talking the Mandela Effect. We have until the top of the hour. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. What a show. We'll be right back. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. My regulars, Brian's regulars, and everybody else in between who are here tonight. In case you just jumped in, I want to just remind you, we take breaks at the top and bottom of the hour. We are a combination. We're a hybrid type show between a live podcast, live YouTube, as well as being a live show for our radio audiences. And because we're on terrestrial radio, we do have to time everything out to commercial breaks. So that is why we actually take a break here at the top and bottom. I hope you all are enjoying it. We got 350 plus people watching live on YouTube right now. So thank you so much. If we've caught your attention, we are here 7 days a week for your listening pleasure. And we'd love it if you hit that subscribe button and ring that bell because we're always here for you. And hello, Patrick Roberts, our new timeline. Welcome to SOR Chat. D. Swiger, welcome back, my dear. Jonathan Kampala, I think I said hello to you earlier. Yeah, I did. Mandela Effect, you know. Dirty Filth, you had your microphone on mute the last time, my friend, and nobody could hear you. Let's bring you up here. We can't hear you, Dirty. People want to hear your voice. Karen A. Dahlman wants to hear what the filth sounds like.
Sounds like a combination of cat screeching and claws against the chalkboard.
That looks like a Mothman you've drawn tonight.
Drinking
a little soda there, or what?
Nobody's got beans, Dave. You and Lon were talking about Mothman and beans the other day, and him eating cans of beans. So I figured,
that's right.
In between the cartoons of him with Mothman drawing, or when I draw Mothman and he's eating pizza, he likes beans when he goes to work.
We're trying to book Karen Dahlman for a show. I'll talk about Ouija boards. And she has said she will only come on if you draw a cartoon. Because she hasn't been on yet while you've been drawing the cartoons. Hi, Ann Gaynor. Welcome back.
Let's set up a date.
Yes, I've sent some dates to Karen on our Facebook Messenger. So hopefully we'll get her on in the next week or two.
Perfect. I'll be there. I'll draw cartoons. That's what I'm good at.
Yeah. Look at this. She goes, I'm coming back, but need Dirty Filth.
You might have to wash
Karen,
your hands afterwards.
We need Karen Dahlman to join us in Las Vegas for our fan party at the Golden Nugget, May 19th through 21st. We need her to be a part of this because she is amazing.
I really want to go, man. This sounds cool.
Oh, dude, we had a blast last year. And cannot wait for all of you to join us here and be a part of it. I got the tickets below. They're $60 per person or $100 if you want the VIP package, which comes with a special VIP meet and greet on the Friday night. And then Saturday is the live YouTube show where everybody's going to be. We got some incredible cryptid guests like Brian Bowden, the crypto guru, Ronald Murphy, Varla Ventura is going to be there. UFO Wise, Michael Schratt, James Goodall, Tom Whitmore, Lorian Fenton, Melinda Leslie, Misha Johnson, Paranormal. Our good friend Merle is going to be there. We got probably 20 people who would be there who have been former guests on this show. And we want Karen Dahlman to show up. We want Karen. Karen, you and I will talk about it. I'm going to convince you. To join us. And Brian, you're more than welcome to be there. Oh, Thin Lizzy. I'll shout you out this year. I'll shout you out. But I did give you a lot of presents, if you know what I mean. I did give you a lot of presents for all the help that you did because you were amazing there. You were amazing. Just makes me want to shake my shoulders and dance. I am twisting your arm, Karen Dahlman. I am totally twisting your arm. Let's see if we can hit 200 likes tonight, or thumbs up if you don't mind. We're at 186. If you haven't already, give us a thumbs up. By the way, I will also be at UFOCon 2023. Go to UFOCon2023.com in San Francisco, March 17th through 19th. I will be hosting that event. It's going to be great. Working out Starscard. I got to get back to the gym tomorrow. I took a couple weeks off, and I feel like crap right now for doing that. But I am down about 4 inches on my stomach. Davey's not as fat anymore, just to be blunt. River Dogma, good to see you. Thank you to our super chatters tonight. Here we go with the next half hour, everyone. We pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. For the final time tonight, we bring in our good friend Brian Stavely from Dose of Reality podcast and YouTube channel, and he is here talking Mandela Effect. Before we get to your next segment, because I know you wanted to get into some real hardcore history here, let's ask a couple of questions from our audience here. Let's start off with Tim here. We call him the Tim bit. What does it mean when you say our reality is in flux?
Well, I mean that physical matter is changing within our reality as we live our experience here. That's what I mean. So I don't think that it's like, I don't think it's time travel. I don't think it's jumping timelines. Like, so if it, and I can't tell you how time travel works, right? If it does work or not, or any of that. But I mean, if it was a time travel thing, I would think we would split off and, we wouldn't have, memories of the past place. And also they wouldn't be, again, we wouldn't see incremental changes happen. We see things change and change again. Like, for instance, the thinker statue is a huge one, right? So the thinker be to the forehead like this, okay? And the right elbow was like this, okay? Now the thinker statue is more or less like this. It's more smaller changes, but we'll get there. Now it moved its hand down to the chin, okay? And when it did that, I have pictures of 20 different children, right? All around the thinker statue, where the thinker statue used to be like this. So all the kids are posed like this around the statue, but the statue in the background is like this because it changed, and it changed the photograph. When the Mandela Effect happens, it'll change any photo or video evidence that shows, the actual thing the way that it used to be. So we're seeing changes happen in this reality constantly. That's what I mean.
Let's go to Nicole. Does the update happen when divergent timelines get folded back into the master timeline?
That's interesting because somebody brought up the idea of timelines kind of crashing over each other to me the other day. And I was like, that's kind of interesting because I could see maybe if that brought some of the residue along with it. But again, again, this is theories, other channels will tell you different. And I to explore other people's ideas and whatnot. But for me, I just don't think it's separate timelines. I think it's one timeline that's changing. But the update, basically what I say when I say the update, I was talking about the information earlier. There's also an update that people seem to take consciously that, you'll ask somebody, hey, do you remember what company Ed McMahon worked for? They'll say, oh yeah, Publishers Clearinghouse, blah, 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 right? And then you tell them it's never been that. And then they'll just be like, oh yeah, it was always American Family. I was just, misremembering, and they just roll with it. And that's what I see so often. So that's another thing I talk about.
We'll take 2 more questions and then we'll get to it. And this is from Helmet. This subject being true, Brian, what is your goal when all is said and done?
Well, never. Everything's never going to be all said and done. This journey never ends. This isn't my first big topic that I've delved into and got really into and tried to get people aware of. I'm not under the impression this is the be all end all of truth or anything like that. I do think that this is very profound, and it's showing us the true nature of our reality. And I do think that I have been given a lot of, you could say, our high level synchronicities. That I know that's not so much the Mandela effect, but it all seems kind of the same thing. For me, if people want my opinion, I do think that this is coming from the creator, and we are supposed to pay very close attention to it. And you know.
All right, let's get to another question here. This one coming from Brian. Brian, and really everyone else too. Why, for exactly what purpose do you think is all of these examples for? Can't simply some just be wrong, right?
Oh, some can definitely be wrong. I see people put out videos and call them Mandela effects that I think are BS. I mean, that's why I can only tell you about my 123 that are on my channel. And I'm working with several people behind the scenes, and I'm almost done putting together what I think is a legitimate list. And we have it down to under 200. And I know there's a lot more than that. But I'm just saying, sure, there's definitely ones out there where people that are wrong. But I don't just call something a Mandela effect if I remember it a different way than it is. See, I have a criteria for it. I would like to elaborate on that for a minute. So, like, if I think something's a change, I will honestly poll people and get an honest answer out of them. And if it's not the majority of everybody, plus myself, then there's all this mounds and mounds, and I mean a significant amount of physical residue everywhere to remember. I don't even bring it up as a Mandela effect. Other people will. There are people that definitely are real loosey-goosey with it for sure.
All right. Before we get to any more audience questions, you wanted to get into a couple of historical facts, and then we'll come back to audience questions here. So let's spend a few minutes on historical facts here. You know, where do you want to start with this?
Yeah, well, so for me, you know, like I told you, and we're not going deep into that topic I'm about to mention, but for me, my journey started with 9/11, and no matter what you think of it or whatever, if you watch documentaries on it or you watch the mainstream media, there was a narrative that we always heard, and we always heard it in school growing up, and that was that Pearl Harbor was the first major foreign attack on U.S. soil, and then it was 9/11 after 9/11 happened. And now in this reality, that is not even close to the case anymore. And this keeps changing. So we'll stop by talking about my biggest Mandela effect. And this has to do with Germany, as do all these ones we're going to get into real quick. And that is now in this reality timeline, because I could be wrong about it. It could be different timelines, different Earth, whatever. Whatever your theories are, people apply it here. But now in this current instance of reality, Pearl Harbor is not the first major foreign attack. And this story keeps evolving too, and we'll get to the new ones. 1916 now in this reality. This is wild. 2 German spies snuck in through New Jersey, and they blew off 1 million pounds of TNT on an island called Black Tom Island that had a munitions depot there in the New York Harbor. The explosion was so big they're calling it the biggest man-made non-nuclear explosion of all time. And it killed 4 people, injured 120, caused like 50 million in damage. And on top of all that, damaged the torch of Statue of Liberty that nobody's ever been to the torch. Now, there's a lot of problems here. First off, nobody's ever heard of the Black Tom attack. The idea that it wouldn't be brought up and shoved down our throats by the media for the patriotic reasons when 9/11 happened right there, and this supposedly happened, and the symbol of freedom, the Statue of Liberty, was bombed and all this, never, ever, 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 ever mentioned. But then there's an even more significant part to it. I've spoken to people that have been to the torch. People have been to that torch, but now that's not possible in this reality. And if you find anybody that tells you they've been to the torch of the Statue of Liberty, ask them for a photograph. They won't be able to produce you one because now, because of the insertion of the Black Tom event in this timeline, nobody's ever been allowed there after 1916. It's been closed the entire time now in this reality. That is huge. Nobody's ever heard of it. And I've asked everybody ever you could ever imagine. And then it goes on with this German stuff. So after that happens, about a year later, there's another insertion in our timeline. And this one is ridiculous. This one is now And people say, maybe you don't know. How do you not know about New York getting bombed, right? Not only that, though. This next one, Dave, 5,000 Americans dead, and nobody knows. Until I put a video called Torpedo Alley, where 8 German subs came over off the coast of North Carolina, right over here, sunk 500 merchant marine ships and killed 5,000 Americans. And then the way it played out, if you look at the story of it, I forget the name of like the last the ship that this thing came from, but they paraded this dog around, this service dog for the U.S. as a hero, right? He's like a hero of this, and because we didn't lose the war yet, at least in this timeline. And they put this dog on TV. They're bringing him to bars and stuff, like he's Triumph the Insult comic dog from Conan O'Brien, right? It's so ridiculous. You know what the dog's name is? The hero of this Mandela Effect insertion? The dog's name is Sinbad. They named the dog's name is Sinbad because they try to make you to make all these correlations, right? And then I'm trying to connect Sinbad to Germany and see what connections there are there. Well, they have a particle accelerator in Hamburg, Germany, connected to the CERN network called Sinbad with the acronym. And when you look it up and you look at what the acronym actually stands for, it wouldn't even say Sinbad. It would actually be Cybad, but they took 2 letters from one word just to make sure that the acronym for their particle accelerator says Sinbad, because they want you to blame the particle accelerators. Science wants to take credit for the Mandela effect. It's supernatural coming from the creator, in my opinion. Some people would say the other guy, but I totally think most of it is coming from whatever you believe created this place and created us and all of that. I see too much intelligence behind it. I see direct communication. I see too much timely synchronicities tied to it. The personal Mandela effects that people have, it's not random. It didn't just start a few years ago, and people would love to take credit for it. But I don't buy any of that. But then there's more German stuff. It goes on and on after that. Then there's a Kingsland explosion, which happened just after Black Tom, where Germans blew up 40 buildings in New Jersey, and there were 500,000 rounds of artillery in the air. And then there's the new stuff I just came across and did a video on this week. So 2 years ago in January, there was that thing that happened at the Capitol. We won't talk about any of that, but that was in the news. You know what I'm talking about? Everybody's talking about that thing, right? And never, just like with 9/11, right? Never mentioned in Black Tom. Why didn't they ever mention when the Germans bombed the Capitol? Just before Black Tom, some guy named Eric Munter came over, bombed the U.S. Capitol, then the next morning drove to J.P. Morgan's house and tried to assassinate him and shot him twice. That was never part of my reality before. And then there's a whole bunch of other little German stuff that just keeps coming and keeps coming. And look, we talked earlier about Haas Avocados, Charles M. Schultz, FAO Schwartz, Volkswagen. This is all German. So I don't know if there's like a Nazi connection. I don't know what people's opinions are on that. I never really looked much at that at all. I know people, I don't know, but there's definitely some sort of German connection to this Mandela effect. But it's definitely, in my opinion, coming from an intelligent source that has supernatural access to this reality. That's my take on it. It could be other things. There could have been a timeline change, or we could have came from a different Earth or a different whatever and got here. But then after that, this reality still has to be in flux, in my opinion, because we see incremental changes. We see flip-flops, And me and you, right? If we saw 80 out of 100 Mandela effects the same, right? Well, how could that be if we came from another timeline together, came here, and this place is all messed up? We should see all the same Mandela effects as each other.
That is true. Let's get to a few more audience questions here, because there are some good ones here. Let's go to Amy, who's asking, I'm a huge fan of classical music. Has music been altered?
Yes, music has been altered. I don't know classical music well. I can speak to you about some music. You're Canadian. How about Jules? You know the song "Who Will Save Your Soul"?
I'm not a fan of Jules.
Okay, well, a lot of people probably do know her song "Who Will Save Your Soul." Have a listen to that now. Now it says "Who Will Save Your Souls." Another one for me that's big is the Red Hot Chili Peppers. There's actually ones with more of a meaning too, like the Mamas and the Papas, for instance, right? They have a song, and it's I passed by a church It's California Dreaming, you know. And I got down on my knees and I began to pray. Now that song says, I get down on my knees and I pretend to pray. The Jewel song now says throughout most of it, who will save your souls, plural. In the Red Hot Chili Peppers song, Under the Bridge, it's the city I live in, the city of angels, because it's talking about Los Angeles, the city of angels. He says angel now. Yet I can show you at least 2 live performances of the Red Hot Chili Peppers where in their own live performance, they're still singing angels. And so is like 100,000 people singing along with them in the audience. But all the official albums and official music have all changed to singular. So is that a message? Like, who is the angel of the city? Now it's a single angel. The wolf's in the house instead of the lion. Who will save your souls? Get down on your knees and pretend to pray instead of began to pray. Like, there's a whole bunch of this going on in the music. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of music changes. I just don't know any in classical music. Maybe some other people could tell you some of those.
Rel 41 is asking. Go ahead.
I got one more.
You got one.
One more.
Yeah.
One more to do with music that I think is significant. If you guys know the band Nirvana and Kurt Cobain and all that, how his suicide and, you know, he was a really big star. Kurt Cobain with Nirvana went on stage and did a performance called Unplugged on MTV. It was iconic. It was like this acoustic performance. And when he did it, if you guys remember, think in your head, what do you remember the candles looking like that surrounded the stage? Now, when I asked you that, if you remember a bunch of white candles surrounding Nirvana, they're all black now. And it's really creepy looking. Really creepy looking. Other bands that have changed, Belle Biv DeVoe used to be B-E-L. Now it's B-E-L-L. Pink Floyd, biggest album. People, you ask anybody, they'll tell you Dark Moon. It's now the Dark Side of the Moon. There's a lot of music changes. But what did you want to ask me? Sorry.
Let's go to Rel 41. Do you think there is a hidden message within the Mandela Effect? If so, what would that message be?
Oh, definitely. And that's what we want more help of, trying to figure out what this is. It might be a way to decode this reality. Like I said, a lot of things have changed as far as like government agencies and things like that, with Mandela effects being pointed out within them. Another one, and we won't go far down the road with this, so don't worry, but another one is the HIPAA Act, which is really big, right? So the HIPAA Act it was allegedly to protect your health privacy in the United States, your information, right? And it was HIPPA was the acronym. And it changed to HIPAA about 4 years ago, a little bit before the thing that's been going on. And the P that disappeared from the acronym for the HIPAA Act is the P that stood for privacy. So that's interesting, you know, like, so I definitely think there's a lot of messages to be had from these changes, especially like Bible changes and stuff like that.
Doubleday wants to know, was the Mandela Effect studied before the internet?
Definitely not called as the Mandela Effect. But by the way, Mandela only has one L in it now. I see he has two still in his spelling. But of course, it's talked about almost like anything. You know, I thought they were just going crazy or losing their memory with nobody to talk to about it. So of course, you know, things as they start to pick up as people can have these forms of communications and whatnot. People definitely talked about this in older civilizations, seeing types of like shifts in reality, but it certainly wasn't any, you know, brands or logos or anything like that, or anything that, you know, what we would call Mandela effect. Now, I think it's always been going on, if that's what people want to know, or if people want to know, is it just something to do with the internet? Absolutely not, because anything that I've told you has changed tonight. You can check your own version of it in your house, be it a Bible, a movie, a globe, or map, and you'll see that everything I said is represented on what you currently have as far as the physical item within your house. So it has nothing to do with just the internet.
All right. These questions are kind of the same from Local Boy and Stu Gerson. You know, no, they are different. Pardon me. Let's go to Local Boy first. He goes, what do you think happened to us for all this to go on?
What do I think happened to us? I think a lot of us on a sort of a spiritual journey for whatever reason. A lot of people think it got sparked for them by a near-death experience. A lot of people have gone through a lot of trauma and stuff. A lot of people have had a lot of time to themselves for whatever reason. And we've become aware of. I think this is, like I said, it didn't just happen to us. If you say us, for me, when we're talking Mandela Effect, the us is every human on Earth, because they're all experiencing it. Now, if you mean us by, hey, we're recognizing it and talking about it, what makes us so different? We're completely open-minded, and we're not tied down to what's been presented as reality to us. And we're some of the most honest people. And it's time we come out and discuss what we're actually experiencing. Don't fight it. And you don't have to jump in and say, oh, I believe everything this guy's saying. That would be ridiculous. But I'm asking you to challenge any of the Mandela effects that I've called Mandelas and try and prove that they're not. And it's just something that's been changed through time, a company that's changed, or a revised map, or a different translation of a Bible. You're going to find out, you're going to come out empty-handed every time. And even if you don't agree with a lot of them, you know that there's some of them that affect you, which means this reality is changing. So for me, this is like the biggest thing ever. And I don't think it's going to keep going. Like, I don't know what happens when we die and all these other questions I have. I do think, going back to why there's so many changes, there's something to resonate with everybody, Dave. I mean, I had a family member come up to me, a 12-year-old kid, when I showed up to Thanksgiving and my miles away. I never seen them for 5-6 years. And the first thing he says to me, instead of Happy Thanksgiving, Brian, or whatever, he's like, I know about Pikachu's tail. Because Pikachu never had a dark tip on his tail now. It's a big Mandela effect, and that's waking kids up. My friend's sister, like I said, the Imodium ID spelling woke her up. I also have a theory, too, where if we die and reincarnation is true, right? And I believe that we probably have to get to a certain level, like a graduating process, to eventually get out of here, or else we just repeat and come back. I do believe it's like a cumulative effect. Just a theory. Let's just say reincarnation's true in any way, and you come back to the earth, right? What if there's too much is the same, and you'll have a deja vu of your past life? So what if the creator is just tinkering with a bunch of little stuff too on top of the big stuff? So not your reality is not exactly the same when you come back, rather than rewrite the whole reality. That's an idea too.
All right, let's get to another question here. So we got about 2.5 minutes. Stu Gerson is asking, who the hell is changing all of these quotes?
Well, like I said, I think it's the person that created the being that created this realm. I think that's where it's coming from. I think that's where all of it's coming from. Now, some people learn. Some people tell you it's D-Wave computers. Like I said, some people think timelines and time travel and all that. But again, I see intelligence behind it. Totally. I don't see it as something that's random, and I don't think that man can cause it. Like I said, they would love to take credit for it. And again, the quotes that have changed, like Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Ricky Ricardo's never said that now in an episode of I Love Lucy. I mean, he used to say it almost every time he came through the door. Never said, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. And his name, the guy that played him, used to be Desi Arnaz. Now he's Desi Arnaz. I mean, there's so many name changes. Joel Osteen is Joel Osteen now. I mean, it just goes on and on with these people's names. It's all over the place.
Brian, I want to say a big thank you to you coming on the show tonight. It's been a lot of fun, and it always is when you're here. You really stir things up, but you command a following. You command a lot of information. Not everybody's going to agree with you, but there's going to be a lot of people who are scratching their head after listening to this one tonight. Do me a favor. Tell everybody where they can find your podcast and your YouTube channel.
Sure. My name on YouTube is Brian S. Stavely, like you see on the screen right now, Staveley. That's my main channel. Like many people, hack up channels and whatnot. I'm on other platforms. I'm always on Rockfin as well. And I do stream to other places, upload other places. But if you want to find all my links, social media, and everything, you can find it in one spot at doseofrealityshow.com. doseofrealityshow.com. It's my website that I've had forever. Just click my links. I don't post much on the website at all. All my content's on video platforms now, but all my links are there. Social media, emails, merch, different platforms, backup YouTube channels, because I'm not even live streaming on my main. I'm doing backups. So just make sure you follow me. And I know Dave linked my YouTube channel right below this video tonight in the show description. So if you guys could please sub and bell my main YouTube channel at the least tonight. I would appreciate that.
Brian, thank you again, my friend. We will do it again in a few months' time. Always appreciate you for firing our audience up. Thank you, buddy. Coming up next,
Thanks, man.
we are going to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on a spooky journey. Then little Timmy Senor comes in for the nightly UFO report. We will be back with a jam-packed hour number 3 next on Spaced Out Radio. Wonderful. Wonderful. Kira, thank you so much for the love in the super chat. Very much appreciated. Dirty Filth is going to get started there. Brian, thank you again, my man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, we'll do it again. And, maybe I'll see you in Vegas. We'll see.
Yeah, doors
That'd be
open,
cool.
man. Doors open. We'd love to have you there. I'll make sure that we get you some info, okay?
Yeah, cool. And thank you, everybody. And whether you like the topic or not, I just ask you to please look into it more. And I think you'll come to find out, wow, there's actually a lot here to look at. And on my channel, I have a short list. Like I said, I also have a list of my interviews. So check it out. Thanks, guys.
All right. Brian Stavely, everybody. We'll see you later, Brian. And I'm going to turn things over to Dirty Filth here so he can break down his previous cartoon, his new one. He's going to tell you where he can get his calendar as well as his book. There you go, Filthy. You're set up.
Still missing my sliced pizza, Dave, but I can hold you to that. What am I going to do after I get a slice of pizza from Dave? I won't have anything to complain about. Nonetheless, once again, you can go to fylthy.com, FYLTHY.com. Scoop yourself a book, possibly one for your mom, because never forget your mom. She loves you, and you only get one of them, so you might as well buy your mom a cartoon book of weird things. And there's a conversation piece when you have to explain to your mom why this just showed up at her doorstep from some weird guy from Canada, and it's a bunch of cartoons, and she doesn't even like UFOs, Dogman, or Bigfoot. So it is a Tic Tac. It's a little tiny Tic Tac coming out of the ocean. There's a cat hair on there, of course. I figured you can't really see it, but there's. I could turn off the light. Let's see if we turn off the light. You can see the little bit of blue and stuff better. No, yeah, sort of. Put my dome in the way you can. It looks better in person. Trust me, it looks way better in person. Nonetheless, go to fylthy.com, buy my book, buy a calendar, buy a print, support my crippling pizza addiction, and go to Vegas, get free artwork. I don't know. If Tim shows up, he can rub his bald dome. That's the sound it'll make when you rub his dome. I wonder if I have the power to bring him in here. I think I do. He's closing this secret door. You guys can't see it, but he's got a secret door there. He's slinking away. Hilarious. Anyways. That's awesome. Every time Brian's on, I got like an old book. I got this old Bible from like 10,000 years ago, and it was like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe and whatnot. And I'm looking at it, and my Jehovah pals come over, and I got my notes and everything, and it stumps me every time, except for the last time they showed up. Anyways, I'm rambling away here, but nonetheless, though, always awesome. If Brian's still listening, thanks for coming on the show. I have no cats. Got nothing left to draw. Dave's abandoned me. Tim's slinking around in the darkness. Might as well plug my artwork again. Wait a second. Let's bring him in here. I think we can do that. I have the power. Look at that. Yeah. I do. Yes.
Filth. Absolutely dirty filth. Bringing me in through the back door. You're going to get in so much trouble.
I've got immunity.
You've got the power and the immunity. Good stuff. Well, hello,
do.
chat. This is very nice impromptu meeting.
There's little Timmy Senor.
I had nothing to do with it.
Beauty.
I tried to hide you. Sorry. Yeah, I brought him in, Dave.
That's
Executive
okay.
decision.
That's okay. We love little Timmy
Anyways.
Senor around here.
Here's my drawing. There's the other drawing. I got to go beat up my cats.
look
Suplexes
lovely.
and snacks.
This is also your drawing.
Look at that.
I have original Dirty
I
Filth
have-
right here.
So do I, right here and
Look at that.
right here and right up here.
Wow.
I'm filled with filthy.
Jeez.
Absolutely filthy.
All right, gentlemen, and everybody else, have a wonderful evening. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Dirty. Appreciate you. Let's remove Dirty Filth. Little Timmy Senor. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing really well, Dave. This is kind of nice. A little pre-show chitter chatter.
Absolutely. And I want to say thank you to all of our super chatters tonight. Derek ×2, Greg, LM with the hat trick of super chats. Thank you. Jenny, Zen2, Jeff, and Kira. Thank you so much. Want to see you all and Deb from SAC as well. Thank you so much for the love, Deb. And I want to see you all at our Vegas party, May 19th through 21st in Las Vegas at the Golden Nugget. We are going to be having one good party there with a bunch of special guests, along with all of you. Live YouTube. There's going to be stargazing for UFOs, maybe even an experiencers roundup. Kira's putting that together. We got it all happening in Vegas. Come on down and join us May 19th through 22nd. Check the ticker for more information and get a VIP package today. Here we go.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Rabble. Rabble is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again where we head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. I live in South Florida. I am a natural outdoorsy type of person. I like to walk around in the woods in my area, go fishing, do four-wheeling, etc. I tend to go fishing alone despite my parents always telling me not to, and I usually tell them where I'm going. I often go to places in the middle of nowhere, mainly in fields with little ponds and canals to fish in. I can't remember what exact month it was, but it was back when it got dark around 5:30 to 6 p.m., One day, I decided to pack my poles up and go fishing in this field about 30 minutes from my house. But being that I lived in a small town, that could be quite far, to say the least. I was fishing in a spot relatively close to the road near the entrance, and I was gradually making my way down. Mind you, I know this spot very well, so I know how to get in and out of it. It's like a maze of connecting canals and fields. It's 3:30 and I'm catching fish and getting pretty lucky. But as all anglers know, sometimes the bite wears off, and you move to another spot. So I'm moving further from the entrance, and I remember specific landmarks to remember where I'm at, whether it be an old tractor or a rundown building. Remember when I said I know this place reasonably well? Well, I remember parts that I always go to. I probably should have said that at the beginning, but here we are. So I'm getting to an unfamiliar area, but it's still daytime, so I figured I could remember new landmarks to help me when I'm ready to go. At this point, it's about 5:45, and I'm trying one last spot before I leave. But this spot is in the midst of two different fields that I'm not very familiar with. As I'm going to the site, I hear a hissing sound, like it's coming through the fields, but I brush it off, thinking that it's probably just the music that I'm blasting really loud, or maybe the terrain I'm driving on. So I stopped halfway to the spot to stop and fish again real quickly, but didn't get a single bite. I packed my things, so as I got to the car and reversed the car, I heard a strange noise and noticed the tires were hard to turn. I got up and saw my front two tires were completely flat. Mind you, I'm in the middle of nowhere with two flat tires in the woods. Oh, and did I mention that it was now nighttime? I was never afraid to freak out, but I did get worried. I picked my phone up to call my dad, but to no avail. I had no service, and I couldn't even get an SOS out. That made my heart stop for a bit because around this area, many bobcats run around these fields. So I just got in the car and began nervously brainstorming on what I should do. I couldn't drive anywhere because of my tires or call anyone. So I'm looking around the car. Sometimes my dad would use my tire pump and would leave it in my trunk. So on my last glimmer of hope, I checked the box, and Lord behold, my tire was in the chest. And what made it even better is that it was USB powered, meaning I didn't have to plug it into an outlet. So I hooked everything up and started pumping the tires, which took quite some time, probably about an hour. Once they were finally fully pumped, I checked to see what caused the flat. I couldn't see anything. However, I did hear the hissing sound that I had heard earlier. I learned that the hissing sound was the sound of my tire losing air. Thankfully, it was a slow leak, so my tire would retain the air just long enough for me to make it home. Now, the only problem is I didn't know where I was, so I was moving around as people did back in the day, carrying your phone around in the air hoping to get a signal, and eventually I did. As soon as I did, I Google mapped my way to find the entrance, and from there I remembered where I was and how to get home. I also forgot to mention that I never told anybody about this. I didn't tell my parents that I was going here this day. It's not something I would normally do, but, I made a mistake this time. So I think what I really learned was always carry a tire pump in your car and always tell someone where you are, because I don't know how my tires were popped. I don't know if somebody stabbed them. I don't know if I ran over something on my way in, but it was definitely a scary situation, and I'm just glad I kept a level head and figured out a way to get home.
And that's why we love the Swamp Dweller around here, who hangs out with us each and every night, kicking off hour number 3 with another spooky story. We love it. And, Swamp Dweller is here to kick off every third hour of this show. And if you like his stories and you want more, you can listen to him for free. All you got to do is go to his YouTube channel, youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads, and boom, there he is, hanging on out. So go hit subscribe. From the swamp to the stars, it is time once again for little Timmy Senor and the UFO Report.
Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
I don't know about you, little Timmy Senor, but I'm still blown away by random guy joining us just a couple of nights ago, talking about that weird encounter his friend had with a UFO on a Navy aircraft carrier.
Yeah, it's massive news. Great story, great sources. And here we are again with UFOs in the news. It's just UFOs. We can't get enough. And it seems like whistleblowers are literally raining out of the sky right now, which is fantastic for us here in the ufology world. We are eagerly awaiting this kind of information. So we welcome it. And so much thanks to Random Guy. And in fact, the work of Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp and some of the work that they've been doing, because, and you know what, Christopher Sharp for that matter, because he brings it to us via the media. So it's raining UFOs, and let's talk about it.
All right, well, let's head back in time here to 2019, where apparently there were some UFOs harassing U.S. warships, and new eyewitnesses contradict Pentagon's unmanned aerial systems label. What's going on here?
Correct. Yeah, and so a new article being brought to us by Christopher Sharp, Liberation Times, he discusses a new witness that's been brought forth by Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp via their new podcast called Weaponized, in which they discuss UFOs which harassed U.S. Navy ships in July of 2019, and they were considered inadequately labeled as being unmanned aerial systems, or UAS, according to eyewitnesses involved in the series of incidents. And so one witness serving on board the USS Omaha, whose responsibility was to designate the objects, told Liberation Times that, in this quote, the classification of UAS is now inappropriate because it was never confirmed. And so the pushback against the current Pentagon line and other extraordinary new revelations were detailed by active duty naval personnel on the new podcast, Weaponized. And so this is new information, a brand new witness being brought forward. His name is John Gutierrez, and he is an active duty naval commander. And so he went forward to speak on incidents representing his own personal views and, you know, not speaking personally on behalf of Navy here. He was just recalling his own personal views on events. And so he elaborated on UFOs' general categorization as UAS or drones, telling Corbell and Knapp that, in this quote, just because they're calling it that doesn't mean that that's what they were. And so speaking about UFOs in general, we are witnessed by naval aviators on a daily basis, Gutierrez says, and it's still a big mystery. We don't know what this stuff is. And so they recall back to the so this was back in, I'm sorry, let's take a sweep back here. So back in July of that summer, it appears that not only were they getting swarmed by multiple objects at a time, they would depart on different bearings that they would come in from. And so if they were coming in from the east and departing on the west, which isn't typical for something you would see as drone behavior. And so they were actually verifying and able to dispute claims that a Hong Kong registered cargo vessel named the Bass Strait was in fact responsible. And so in this new quote, the Bass Strait crew, did deny that they were the source, and they also never landed or launched them. And then he later added that we never saw them or take off from the Bass Strait. And so now we're seeing a second eyewitness coming forward from the USS Paul Hamilton, testifying to Corbell via audio, explaining how the objects would always come from the west despite there being no landmass or any other apparent flight platform. And so unlike normal drones, the eyewitness explained that they would depart on different bearings that they would fly in from. And so this also includes speaking about unconventional behavior and capabilities of the objects, describing that it would just shoot straight up into the air without making any sound. And it went from pitch black to very illuminated very quickly, stating that there were beams of bright white light illuminating from the ships for at least 2 seconds at a time. And so he described the event as jarring and shocking, and he has spoken with sailors from the USS Paul Hamilton, explaining how crew members told him it was as bright as day due to the strength of the beam. So new reports coming forward, Dave, pretty incredible stuff. And getting the firsthand witness events, his quotes, is pretty incredible and compelling stuff. There's more here in the article that we can cover, but what is your first take on this eyewitness series of events?
Well, I believe the eyewitness is still a part of the U.S. Navy, is he not?
That is correct. He is active.
And I'm actually quite surprised that he got permission, because he would have had to get permission. Please correct me if I'm wrong. He would have had to get permission to talk about this stuff if it's confidential, especially with his position, because he's high ranking in the
Right.
Navy, I
And
believe.
he's very clear in this that this is not a conflict of interest. He's never signed an NDA. This is not confidential information. This is only his opinion on events. And so for people that want all the details, I encourage you to go and check out Weaponized, another podcast that's available where you can hear the full details and the explanation of how he's able to do this without any repercussions. And in fact, he has stated that there aren't a lot of repercussions that he himself has had to go through. In fact, he's seeing a lot of support, which is encouraging to other witnesses that are interested in coming forward.
Well, you know what? If somebody of his rank can do this and not, and talk about it outside of NDAs, we are going to see a lot more. And I hope we do. The question is, how many are going to be brave enough to go public? That's the big thing. Random Guy says if they weren't testing something, he can talk about it, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But once again, my concern with it all, and I think these reports that are going to come out from the military, from witnesses or whistleblowers, whatever you want to call them, they are important. They are very important. Okay. But it's still not the be all and end all of what is going on with the phenomena and how it's happening. And that is still my concern with everything, is how we are keeping this, well, to use the podcast name, weaponized. I don't think this is a weaponized subject.
No, I agree with you, but it's definitely a piece of the puzzle.
It's a start.
Yeah, and I think that perhaps podcasts like this, and also Merged from Ryan Graves, where also witnesses are being interviewed, perhaps at some point this will be a data point, perhaps from a public perspective data point that we can point to and say, hey, this is a collective group of information, because we are expecting 45 episodes of Weaponized coming from Corbell and Knapp.
That's fine, but a collective data point for whom?
All of us.
Is it just for them getting the information out there, which I'm very cool with, because we do the same thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it part of something bigger that we don't know about?
Potentially.
Look, there's all these internal connections that are being made. Okay, but who are these? Are they going to have 45 people come out? And trust me, I trust George Knapp. I really do. I realize there's a lot of people in the UFO community who question his ethics and everything. Not me. I am a big George Knapp fan. Yeah. Okay. And I mean, the beard of knowledge on this subject is phenomenal. It really is. But I really do believe, my friend, that, when these whistleblowers come out, why are they coming out? Okay.
Yeah.
How did they get a hold of them? Who's giving them a list of whom to talk to?
Right.
Because look, a lot of the one thing that I have learned in dealing with military people or alphabet people is they really watch who they can trust and who they can't. Look at Random Guy. When he said, I'm flying to Vegas, come meet me there. Okay. He didn't trust us. He didn't know us. But now, Random Guy trusts us. But how many warnings do we still get? Don't ask me this. Be careful with that. It's every conversation. And I don't blame him, because of the secrecy of whatever he knows.
Absolutely.
And that's so my question is, who is feeding them the people? Is it Chris Mellon? Is it Lou Elizondo? Is it Enigma Labs? Is it Ryan Graves? Is it somebody who is close to the military, that they've been building these sources for a while? Who's feeding them? and how many more are they going to have? I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Please don't quote me on it being a bad thing. What I'm questioning for all of us is who is allowing these people to come out to them? Who's provided a list of people who will talk? That's the interesting question I have.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's definitely a quote unquote mechanism at work here, because we've seen historically quite a lot of information coming from Corbell and his team, TTSA, historically, Elizondo and his team. And so it is a reliable source that has been verified by the Pentagon as the materials being real, which is what the public cares about. Now, we don't know what the material is about or of, but that is up to us to consider. And I feel like this is just one more data point for us to consider. However, there's no political standpoint here. This is very much an independent release. And, the fact is that it's usually a release that is instantly public. It can't be retracted. It can't be changed. It's out there in the public purview. The same information that you and I get, Congress potentially could get if they wanted to review it. If they were looking for the information, it's very easily accessible. And I think that part of the problem with real information is that it's not easily accessible. So, or even understandable on a public level. So when you get something like this, it's very easily understood. I feel like having George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell there asking the questions kind of as the public is very helpful, because a lot of the questions I have get asked in that Q&A. So I love the dynamic. I love the transparency. I love the fact that we get it at the same time as the whole world. And I feel like more whistleblowers are encouraged this way, because there must be some sort of buddy system. There's definitely trust. There's protection. They publicly come out saying that we're going to have whistleblower protection. Think about what would happen if there was any kickback. That would instantly hit mainstream media. This person is very much protected the more the public they are, in my personal belief.
Well, I agree. I think anybody who goes public is very much protected in the public eye. But I mean, there still could be ramifications. So, like I said to you, I am just wondering, where are all of a sudden all of these people coming from, and how did they get that list? Maybe I'm saying it out of jealousy, because I would love to get some of those people on our show for that list. But somebody has handed them a list of names of people who will talk. Whether or not they have used the whistleblower protection or not, we don't know. All right, but that's just the way it is.
Potentially.
That's the way it is potentially.
Yeah, I've also heard the quote buddy system, where somebody is successfully whistleblowing on something, and they may have been related to 1 or 2 degrees of separation from a story, and so they're encouraged because their friend is having success, and so they draw them into that same crowd. So it's kind of like the buddy system is working, because that circle is growing exponentially. Every time we have new whistleblowers coming, their group and their experience is now public, so more people from that experience feel like it's okay to come out.
But let me ask you this. We got 90 seconds to go here. What's the difference between a military anecdotal story and yours or my anecdotal story?
Well, simply, more than likely, not just one person is going to be witness to a military sighting, and there's going to be more than one data point, and it's hugely verifiable on a much grander level. Whereas your and my story is just you or me, even our family, hopefully one data point, but often anecdotal. And so the weight just isn't there. Now, does that mean it's less real or less significant? Absolutely not. It's just harder to evaluate without as much evidence.
Well, you know what? I find it very interesting that many in the UFO community are willing to accept anecdotal evidence from someone who is on a military ship or in the Air Force, but they're not willing to take anecdotal evidence from, say, a group sighting or the Phoenix Lights or whatever it may be. It's the same damn thing, Tim. And I agree with you on the data points. I do. Okay, I'm not arguing that at all. Okay, anecdotal stories are anecdotal stories. If you're buying one, buy most of them, because the people out there who've had the experience are 99.9% being honest with you. When we come back on the UFO reports, little Timmy Senor is going to take us for a journey about Lou Elizondo and Tom DeLonge. Yeah, they got a little heat over this about the Italian helicopter way back in the day. We'll talk about that next as the UFO report continues on Spaced Out Radio next. That was good. That was good.
Fun stuff.
Little Timmy Senor.
So much stuff going on.
Do we know if Random Guy is joining us after?
I do not. Let's see. He's been signaling me here, so let's see. Getting some ha-has. He might be available.
Should we, for after show, should we ask Random Guy to come in after the top of the hour?
We should put it to a popular vote in the chat. Everyone put in a number 1 for a yes, a number 2 for a no.
Or they could just say yes or no,
Yeah.
Who wants Random Guy after we go off the radio side and just sitting on YouTube? Who needs some Random Guy love? Big Daddy's Daytona does. Seti Rowe does not. Caroline and Susie B do. Crystal and Search and Destroy want him. Overlander does not. Midnight Sasquatchers. Michael Leger. Pete Person does. Hey, Pete Person. Hey, Brian G. How are you? I guess they want some Random Guy. Hey, Tokeland. How you doing, buddy?
RG is eating these stats up.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I bet you he's quickly ran to the mirror and started flexing. Guaranteed.
He's deciding which wig to put on.
Oh, Random Guy's wig selection. Oh yeah.
Oh, I love it. Of course, his camera will be dark as night.
I'll send him the link here. 1 second. I always forget where I send the link to. Oh yeah. Random Guy on Twitter.
Send it to YJ.
When we hit the top of the hour, Random Guy will pop in. Random Guy is becoming kind of popular here.
He should. Dude is awesome. He's loads of fun in person too.
Oh yeah.
You forget that he could snap you like a twig.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Random Guy's a big dude. He's a big dude.
But his smile is bigger, so it's all good.
Oh, stop kissing ass right
now. Well,
he's
he's the sweetest dude, but yeah, he's intimidating at first. You're like, and then you're like, oh, okay.
I mean, literally when he walks through the door and he's wearing his Rambo vest that has about 68 guns and knives on it,
Right. And you're rolling with him and he's like, there might be some guns somewhere. You're like, am I sitting on one?
He's got like 78 guns, driving in his fully loaded and armored Humvee.
Mystery machine. Yeah.
Yeah, painted like the Humvee, painted like the Mystery Machine. It's got a 30 cal machine gun sitting on top.
Mm-hmm. And it's Vegas, so you could burst into flames at any moment just from the temperature.
Absolutely. 118 degrees outside. That 30 cal is hot, hot, hot. Katrina Milbrad, how are you? Good evening. Wes H, good evening. All right, it's time for me to say thank you to all of our super chatters tonight. Derek ×2, Greg, the scowling Greg O'Brien, LM with a hat trick, Jenny, Zen2, Jeff, Kira, and Deb, thank you so much. Random guy says, "I'm dead." Dude. It's
TMI.
honestly, it's the whatchamacallit, the Humvee with the you know the 72 machine guns.
Cyber bump.
Text me, you guys are killing me. 72 machine guns. Hey, Rambo. Hey, oh, he wears a red headband too.
Hey, that was pretty good. Hey, boy, Adrian. That was pretty good. That was some good Stallone you just did there.
All right. Come meet Random Guy at our Vegas party, May 19th through 21st. He will be signing Random Guy autographs.
If you dare.
Yeah.
I wonder if El Ovni is going to show up there and deal with that.
I don't know.
Is there a
the other day I actually heard El Ovni training. I heard him training.
Okay, so
all right, here we go, Tim. We got 3 seconds.
All right.
We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate it. I want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with the UFO report. Tim Senor is back, and we're going to talk a little Tom DeLonge and Lou Elizondo news about an Italian helicopter that was allegedly destroyed by a UFO in 2004. What's going on here, Tim? And why is this story coming back?
Yeah. Well, so former director of ATIP, Luis Elizondo, and Tom DeLonge paid a visit to Rome where they discovered shocking new details about the 2004 Sicily UFO attack. And so the lieutenant of Italian Navy's Special Forces shared a story about a series of spontaneous fires in Sicily in 2004 and how a UFO approached a helicopter and fired a beam, which forced the pilots to make an emergency landing. And so the craft appeared, and so this is a quote from the lieutenant colonel who shared the story with Elizondo. And the quote is as follows. In 2004 in Sicily, a craft appeared a few hundred meters behind the copter tail, and it shot an electromagnetic ray that destroyed the helicopter's wings. And the signal was absolutely directional. It was a beam, and on a certain band of frequencies, in fact. Then we discovered, hold on one moment here. Then we discovered that when they used their energy weapons, they must go outside stealth mode. We could see them on a certain band of electromagnetic frequencies. You could use the same frequency to provide a radio beacon to call them, to attract them, and to show them that we have understood their technology. So once the helicopter approached the coordinates, the UFO revealed itself coming out of stealth mode, and officials said that the helicopter was chased by a saucer-shaped UAP that shot a powerful, focused electromagnetic beam at its rotors. It fried them enough to disable the helicopter and force it to crash land. They figured out that the source of the spontaneous fires was an electromagnetic frequency from the sea, about 80 kilometers offshore and deep underwater. This really surprised Elizondo, and he was quite aware of these underrated sightings. But furthering this information, they said that they pointed that they were very pointed in a matter of fact that these things had been kind of plaguing them for some time. One individual in particular provided some very, very detailed information to include some analysis on the frequency. And in this quote, he says, "I hate to say it, but they may have more information than we do, even in the US, potentially." So another incident involving this came out even later, but this is pretty incredible stuff. And now it seems like they actually have photographs of the remnants left of this damaged helicopter. And so we may be even getting some portions of this for analysis. So Dave, do you have any opinion on this story? I know that you probably were aware of it before, but this is pretty interesting stuff. And they further say that had any foreign adversary attacked a military helicopter of another nation, that could surely be a sign of aggression and maybe potentially an act of war. So it's a big deal. And Elizondo continued to say that the world militaries are engaged in combat with UFOs? Question mark. It was not the first time a UFO attacked man-made crafts and missiles.
Well,
Very
look here.
interesting.
Look here. There's a couple of sides to this. There's a side that says that this is a real UFO crashing into a real helicopter, but there were also a bunch of doubting Thomases out there who believed that this was something that was made up, that the helicopter actually had mechanical failure and went into a tailspin or a rudder spin and ended up crashing, and that the UFO had nothing to do with it. Look, I don't know what the story is, whether it's true a UFO crashed through it or not. The one thing that I do know is this is one way, if it is real, to really promote the threat narrative. We haven't had any incidents that we know of or that have gone public in North America. We have the Canadian government, thanks to the Department of National Defense, telling politicians up in Canada that there is no threat narrative from UFOs to the skies above Canada. There is none. Now, we know Elizondo, we know his crew, going back right from TTSA until he left the To the Stars Academy, have been pushing the threat narrative. We know that that narrative has made it into Washington, D.C., and with the six branches of the military, the politicians, the alphabet agencies, because we know, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, threats equal money for research, for development, for technology, and we're talking billions. There's a lot of zeros on there. I stand with the fact that there's a lot of people better than me who have seen that video, who have debunked it and said the helicopter was not hit by a UFO. That's the way I am leaning. And I am leaning that way because of my belief that there is no threat narrative and that we are being played on a threat narrative. So once again, I am not sure because I've never seen the full video, but other people who have, it makes it interesting. Your thoughts, Tim?
It does. And I mean, I don't want to discount the witnesses that came forward and talked to Elizondo about what they saw, because I think that is probably as significant perhaps as any video or photographs or radar. You know, I think that's another important piece of information, what the witnesses and the people that were interacting saw and had an experience with. But I also would love to highlight the fact that they have discarded the fact that there are potentially cases where UFO have interacted and created health issues for people. John Burroughs was just awarded his significant insurance claim based on radiation sickness due to his interaction with UFO.
I'm not saying it doesn't have anything to do with that.
Right.
Tim.
And well, I'm saying so now, but I'm just trying to dig into the highlights, because remember in our UFO report that we just got, it highlighted the fact that these details, there was nothing historically about health. There was nothing historically about interaction where these things are creating crashes or aviation hazards. So what I'm seeing now is little blurbs and witnesses coming out with actually, let me rebut that. There are cases, it may be one or two, they may be, semi-rebuttable, if you will. It's not an ironclad case, but there are cases, and I just think that they should be identified. Now, should we interpret it as aggressive behavior? Absolutely not. And I don't think that that's what it is. I'm simply saying that as there's space debris out there, there are also UFOs, and I think that those are the kind of considerations that should be taken in. Just that we just need to be aware of them. Do you know what I mean by that? I'm just trying to soften it, because it seems like we're getting these cases in direct rebuttal of that
No,
recent UAP report.
I understand with where you're going with that. I do. Okay, I understand where it's heading, and I think it's important to go there. But we don't know a threat. Okay, there's a lot of technology around here that causes radiation. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden somebody shouldn't be, compensated for putting their body on the line. I mean, imagine working at some of these secret bases that are out there with the chemicals that they use, those or whatever it may be. I mean, we're dealing with, where people are putting their bodies on the line at all times.
Yeah.
Right?
You're absolutely right.
So I don't really understand, like I said, until that video is fully released and all of us can see it, we can make our own judgment. But once again, we're talking anecdotal words here. Anecdotal words.
Indeed. And that's why we need to get all the information. And so this case could have easily slipped between the cracks and just been disregarded. But there are witnesses that wanted to press it forward. Elizondo and his team felt it was important. And so we are re-engaging with this case in particular, simply because of the potential remnants from the case. And so the surfacing photograph and potential actual physical evidence from this interaction should be investigated and can be investigated. And I think that would be the obvious next step if it hasn't already taken place.
Well, we will see. Let's get to the final one here, because I don't want to miss out on this one tonight.
Okay.
And this is Spotted a UFO. There's a bunch of new apps coming out about this, and 10 objects commonly mistaken for UFOs. What do you think here?
Yeah.
This comes from your favorite group.
It does. And so Enigma Labs is back in the news with its new release of an app. So now if you would like to report your sightings to Enigma Labs, you can do it very simply in a one-stop app. Now, SOR does not in any way condone the use of this app. We are just reporting on it. In this new app release, there are the 10 objects commonly mistaken for UAP. And I find that this is actually significant and useful. And so let's just run through it very quickly. And so I'll just highlight in order what Enigma Labs considers the most commonly mistaken objects in our skies for UFO. Number one being orbital objects, the ISS and satellites, very obviously and often mistaken. Moving lights moving together in predictable continuous movements may fluctuate in brightness. And number two, multiple lights floating, military flares, paper lanterns. And so that can often look confusing because it's multiple lights, sometimes in a row, flickering and eventually fading out, often occurring high in the sky and might initially appear motionless. And so number three being rockets.
Hold on. Repeat that one.
Absolutely. So paper lanterns being multiple lights, sometimes in a row, flicker and eventually fade out.
I thought you said something else there. Okay.
Occur high in the sky, might initially appear motionless. Number three being rockets, which I have witnessed, pink, perhaps spiral in the sky when I was a young boy. Large glowing streaks moving quickly and move on a consistent path. Number four being aircraft and contrails and aircraft. Very obviously, potentially seen very often reflective blinking lights. move on consistent path, appear in a triangle pattern, and parts of a plane potentially not visible, but often mistaken. So number 5 being drones. And this is a very tricky one because it is relatively new, and so it's harder to detail, but small and tend to fly close to the ground in smaller range. They can move quickly and in different directions and often have several colored lights. But if they're close enough, they have rotors and a buzzing sound often heard. Number 6 being objects burning up in our atmosphere, meteorites and space debris. And this would be a little bit more obvious, but if you've never seen one before, it can appear as a fireball moving in a trajectory and usually burn out quickly, appear high in the sky. Number 7 being weather phenomenon, and I'm always surprised when I see photographs of clouds, but sure enough, we get a lot of photographs of clouds being considered UFO. Number 8 is balloons, and so this is now being considered something that we need to rule out. Small, appear alone, seen in the daylight, and often in odd shapes. Number 9 is searchlights, and this was obviously added because the version that they have here is from the very recent Wisconsin lights as their depiction. And so it says moves in a circular pattern and always appears on clouds, of course. And so the final one is number 10 being camera artifacts, meaning glare, obviously things like that within the photograph itself being a photographic mistake. And then birds and bees, which obviously can move so quickly in front of the lens that can appear like a UFO or something interesting, but strange things not seen by the naked eye, but noticed in a cell phone photo after taken, or camera effects appear as lights in the photo. Birds and bees can appear as large blurry shapes in the photo.
Gee, I don't know if I've ever mistaken a bee or a hornet or a wasp for a UFO. Thank you, Enigma, for that enlightening list. I was hoping they were going to put the one on there because I was gonna absolutely trounce on it. And that is, iridium flares
Right.
or sunshine. When you see the lights all of a sudden go, whew.
Right.
I was going to
Nice.
jump all over that one because that maybe, but from my experiences, not at all. All right, that's enough about them. We do know, though, I got something for you here, a little gift for you, my friend.
Yay.
And apparently, this has been put out by, I'm just going to read a portion of it, okay, because I don't know if I'm supposed to have this or not, but I do, okay? And apparently, there are people within Mufon who are curious about the app, and they want to announce that their map app is now available as of February 10th on Google Play and Apple App Store to help combat Enigma Labs, who, as they put it, is owned by a millionaire and getting a $7 million grant from billionaire Peter Thiel, who owns Palantir, an intelligence software company doing business with the DoD. But hold on. Weren't we told by Alejandro Rojas on Twitter that Enigma Labs has no affiliation with government or government contracts? And they want to buy the public to bypass Newfork and MUFON and other UFO reporting sites to go directly to Enigma. And they have already claimed that they have had a 400,000 case database, but apparently that number's down to 300,000. That's for Enigma. Yeah. And MUFON wants to know why Enigma's database is not viewable to the public. Why would and this is a quote from this person, why would anyone want to submit a UFO report to a black hole? Rumor is that it is CIA backed to thwart the Arrow program, as well as MUFON and Peter Davenport, who's like 105 years old. And I mean that with all due respect to Peter, because he is a class individual who keeps it all free. Yeah.
Wow. Mufon app.
Mufon app.
I don't know how to feel about that. I feel the same as I do about the Enigma app. I feel nothing. I am both surprised, excited, and ashamed. I have a mix of emotions.
Look, I'm just going to tell our listeners right now, don't download any UFO apps until we get a clearer picture of the games that are being played in Washington, D.C. and who is siding with who. Don't put this crap on your phone. Okay? Okay? We already know Facebook is tracking us. Otherwise, by the way, let's do a little test here. Potato chips. Potato chips. Potato chips. Yeah, all my ads are now going to be potato chips on my phone on Facebook.
As
Let's see how long.
Woody Allen famously said, he goes, I have mixed feelings about this.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
so,
man.
But the point that I'm getting at is this. Let us not jump to the thing, well, hey, these apps work. These apps are good. They're good for me. I can report things. Remember where your information is going, people. Indeed. Remember where it's going. And Enigma hasn't told you anywhere of where their information is going. Potato chips. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. But that's weird.
That is weird. Where do you recommend people to go and report?
Where do I?
Yeah.
Nowhere.
How do you
hold on
your...
to
yeah.
Hold on to your reports. Look, you don't need to get them out today. You can hold on to it for 6 months, a year. Let us clear the air. If you trust the work that we are doing here on Spaced Out Radio, and we've been hammering this over the last couple of weeks. Okay? Let's get things organized. All right? Right now, we got a bunch of fires burning. We got to put some of them out before I would confidently back anybody regarding this. I don't feel comfortable. If I had my own stories, Tim, would not report them. Or if you want to report it, just put your report on your own Facebook page or Instagram. Just type it out. That's all you got to do. Timmy Senor, thank you so much for a wonderful UFO report. Appreciate you, my friend. You are always on tune and on target.
Thank
Even
you.
if you look like Howie Mandel and you're not funny, though. I know. I wish I had your good looks. Thank you tonight, Swamp Dweller, for coming on in with another spooky story. And Brian Stavely, our guest, literally lit up the first 2 hours talking about the Mandela Effect, making you think. Oh, is the brain hurting after that one? Thank you, Brian. Love you, man. What a good night of radio for y'all. I had a lot of fun, too. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. I know you're out there somewhere. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us. Because together, my friends, we're watching. We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. All right. How you doing, little Timmy Senor?
So good. That was a fun show.
That was a fun show. We're waiting on Random Guy to come on in here.
Awesome.
Random Guy, your call has been made. He needs a theme song. Random Guy, Random Guy. Pokes little children in the eye.
Hey,
there, Super Quest.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, he's listening from the toilet right now. I see. Asimov, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I got to put this up because I always do for Quest. And I give him a few of these. Can't wait to see you in Vegas, Super Quest. Mm-hmm. Michael Sherratt. He'll be in Vegas. What a power show tonight. Maggie M10, how are you, my dear? Let's get this downloaded here. Still waiting for Random Guy. He better not be standing us up tonight. He won't. Your people want you, Random Guy. What the heck did I just do here? Hold on. That was a fun show. What amazes me, and I maybe I get a little bit, I get a little bit fun off of this, but it really does amaze me how pissed off some of you get in the chat room at time, especially if we have a little bit of a controversial subject. Like, you guys are like grinding your teeth. Get off my lawn! Oh yeah, friggin' hilarious. I love that emotion. And you kept it awesome, too. Like, no cheap shots, no nothing. Yeah, I saw that, Deb. Thank you. No nothing. I thought it was great. Nicky Kneecaps, how you doing, man? My kneecaps are a little sore, man. I got arthritis in the knees. It has now been snowing and has not stopped for 2.5 days here. Two and a half days. Looks friggin' gorgeous out here. But the problem that we have up here right now is underneath all that snow is about an inch of ice on the roads and in driveways and parking lots. And it's making stuff like really, really dangerous right now. Timmy Senor, little Timmy Senor.
Do not quit your day job, my friend. Where's our RG?
Wow. He's going poo.
Oh, he gave you details. Oh, great.
Oh, there he is. Hold on.
Oh,
Random guy will poke a child in the eye. There he is.
Dude.
I call the W. What's going on, random guy?
Dude, I forgot my dang password.
Well, why did you go and do that?
I don't know. I got issues. I got issues on issues over here. As you can tell.
A tech guy gets locked out of his own tech by a password.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have like 15 pseudo names You do guest spots as a weirdo on UFO shows.
Are you iPhone or not? Are you Apple guy?
I'm every phone.
You're multi-phone.
I'm in your phone right now, Tim.
I know.
Not only does he have seven. Hey, not only does Random Guy have 72 guns on his painted out Humvee, all right, but he also carries 24 cell phones, some encrypted, some not.
That's actually not even that far off from accurate.
And the weirdest part is he cracks jokes from conversations I've had with my mom earlier in the day. I'm like, how do you know about that conversation?
There will be no meatloaf tonight, Timmy.
Dude, I had meatloaf tonight. How did you? I'm not even kidding. That is scary. That is scary.
I told your mom stop putting freaking bell peppers in it. I hate bell peppers.
I hate the bell peppers. Yeah.
Yes, every time.
I love
the
bell
communist
peppers.
meatloaf includes bell peppers every
Big
time.
Brother is definitely watching, folks. I don't know how, but he is. Wow.
So what's the topic tonight, gents?
I don't know. There was a couple questions that I couldn't answer. Gong Show, you had a question about UFO stuff, about the propulsion and all that kind of stuff. Ask that question again because I forgot to save it. But you asked me and Tim to answer it during the news, and well, not really a question for the news side when we're on other topics, but I'm sure we could answer it now. And if anybody has any questions that you want to ask Random Guy, go for it. Go for it.
I'm not sure.
Put it in caps, though, if you can. Capitals helps.
Yeah, in fact, all discussions should be in caps. That would make it more fun.
Eric Markham, can you have studded tires? Yeah, we got studded tires up here. We need them. Oh, the ice is terrible. The ice is terrible up here right now.
Nicole got real quiet once I came on. She had plenty to say earlier.
Well, that's Random Nicole. Random Nicole. She likes chewing cans of Skull.
She's a deep thinker, that one.
Yeah.
We have a lot of deep thinkers.
Hold on one second.
So what do you got? Where you guys at with the Mandela Effect stuff? We could talk about that for a minute.
The weirdest part of tonight was that just the other night, do you remember me saying how that photograph, that still image from Jeremy Corbell, for me, I felt like I'd seen it before in the public purview. It seemed familiar to me. And I was like, maybe it's the Mandela Effect. And then we have this guest on who like solidified it in my head that like, I don't know if I'm alone here, but I felt like I had seen that before. Nobody else maybe, but man, that was like really confirming for me. And what a great guest tonight to talk
You
about.
know what?
I've used that. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You go.
I was just going to say I've used that excuse many times in my past relationships. Like, it must be a Mandela Effect. I don't remember you saying that.
Of course you did. Of course.
Neil Attenbury, who attended the Vegas party last year. Hi, Neil. How you doing, buddy? He has a question for us.
Oh, Neil.
And he's asking, have you heard anything about the Russians having shot down a Tic Tac type UFO?
Me? Yeah, I heard all about that. Do I believe it? Not for a second.
I don't believe it either.
I haven't seen anything come across my wire officially or unofficially, or those of my sources that would have. Nobody's seen it. Nobody believes it.
I agree. I agree with you.
That's good.
I would agree with
or else we'd have a big problem.
No, well, I'll tell you the reason why I don't believe it is because number one, it's Russia. All right, but number two, and thank you, Shaq Filet, for that super chat, and the best name on YouTube, Dry Toast. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. If there was video of it, release it. Release it. Don't tell us about it. Release it.
They can't even manage a simple ground operation against an inferior enemy. I doubt they're going to be able to handle a UFO.
Exactly. Jorgen Johansson from Pattaya or Luleå, Sweden, is asking, do you prefer random guy speed dating or traditional?
Oh boy, I don't know. This is a question I was not prepared for tonight. I would go. I would have to say traditional because the dating apps suck, and I don't know. I've pretty much given up on society as a whole.
All right, that's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. That's why he's come into our world now. Random guys entered the woo world.
The last realm of human existence.
Exactly.
Wow. With the dreads.
He's found his bastion of safety right here at Spaced Out Radio.
Like, I just need celibacy and UFOs. That's my life.
That's it.
Really
and tacos.
scraping.
Tacos too. You need tacos.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Tell me about it. Hanging out with some Canadian and some bald Oregonian.
Yeah.
I don't know. The last time we hung out, that was some of the best intimacy I've had in a while, but I won't go into it.
It's the best shave I've ever had. I want to thank you for that.
I'm going to be honest with you. I've never been around 72 guns in a Humvee before.
Yeah.
I'm Canadian. We don't do that. We don't do that
often.
up here. You know? All right, let's go to the Doug Shelby, who will be in Vegas. Hey, random guy, as someone who possibly might kind of know more than others, do you agree with our neighbors to the North's government? Threat, no threat? I think random guy put himself on mute, or he froze.
He freezes in real life, too.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're here.
No, can you be more specific? I said.
Oh, okay. So the Department of National Defense in Canada has told members of Parliament that from their records of looking over UFOs over Canadian skies, that there is no threat narrative by the phenomena for safety issues in Canadian skies.
I believe that because if they were hostile, they'd take us out first. You guys are secondary market for UFO stuff.
Still 0-2 against you.
A lot of people are.
Nobody has multiple victories against you except us.
Well,
just saying.
This could definitely go down a bad path. So we'll just agree to disagree.
I have a quick question.
Ed 2.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, your GDP is ice cubes, so let's calm down.
Hey, knock. Who's there? Owen. Owen who? Owen 2, buddy.
Hold
Owen
on.
2.
Let me walk through my house and use all the amazing Canadian inventions that have changed my life.
Hey, do you have a zipper? Yeah. How much Velcro you got in your house there, buddy? What about that penicillin there that they charge you an arm and a leg for?
Overrated.
Yeah. I just grow it on my old pizza.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think my son has some up in his bedroom right now, probably growing.
Hold on, I'm looking for more. I'm looking for more questions.
Can I ask one question about the other night?
Shut your mouth, Tim. Shut your mouth. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. You got to stand up for yourself. Say, listen, biatch, this is how it's going to be. I'm going to ask my question, and you're going to answer it.
I'm just going to slide this in.
Yeah, I tried that line before. Woke up in an alley. Didn't feel good. Anyways, go ahead. What's your question?
So this is concerning the case that you brought to light on our last show. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't sure if I had asked if you were able to tell us where it was. And if you were able to, that's great. Doesn't matter really. But the other part of the question would be that, were there other accounts in that same area?
Yeah, it was in the ocean.
No, perfect. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just right there in the ocean is where it happened.
Any more specifics?
Yeah, it was wet.
Was there any?
I can't go into region, or I can't go into region or assets because
it was below the sky.
Just because my guy is still working, and I don't want to compromise him with any kind of range.
Okay, I'm cool with that. Were there any other historic accounts there Or I mean, did he have any other accounts?
No, that was his first, and this is a career guy that I personally have known for over 20 years.
Right.
So that was his
Right.
first. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in my days, but I'm a crazy guy. I kind
Yeah, you are.
of seek. I just kind of seek that stuff. But no, that was his first time.
Okay.
So he's no longer a virgin. He has
Right.
the terror of the unknown now haunting him while he sleeps as well.
That's
All right,
awesome.
tell him to come hang out. Tell him to come hang out with us. We're good people here.
I don't know if
Good
he
people.
I don't know if he can handle your chat though. They're kind of aggressive.
Well, I need you guys to keep quiet for 2 seconds. I need to pull out a swear word. The one swear word. Hold on.
What's wrong?
So that not from you guys, from my guest tonight.
I was like, I didn't
So-
cuss on your show.
That's hold on, that's 35, 37, 39, 40, 41.
I hope it's an F word.
No, that
Make
should
it
be,
work.
hold
You
on.
got to make it count.
45, 55, 53 should be around here.
Let me know when you're done pulling out.
Oh no, that's a never mind. That's the wrong one. I gotta find it here. Son of a gun.
We'll stay silent.
1 hour, 2 hour. So it'll be in this section here. Sorry, guys. This just goes with the territory. So I'm trying to find minute 10:23. So we're out at 29. That's 2, 4. It should be around here.
So you have to throw that memory away and just say, this can't happen to our reality and I'm just an idiot. And that's what people want you to do. Absolutely not going to do that. Another one that's used Kit Kat. Kit Kat used to have a dash. Kit Kat has never had a dash now in this reality. Right? Let's go through some real quick. Here's another huge one that just got highlighted with Residue all over the news because of Kanye West and all the people around him like a month or two ago. And that's because of storms in the office of Skechers, shoe company. Skechers no longer has a team. Just like Charles M. Schultz. Just like FAO Schwartz. What's happening to the teams with the Mandela Effect? This seems to be happening.
Seems like we're going to have to go back to the early or the late 90s and the Hardy Boys.
Yeah, and it's not. Yeah, except it's nobody's fish anything. It looks really all the way back to the past. And remember, never existed. Another one that's huge for me for food. We were talking about half avocados and it is actually fruit. Macintosh apples. Macintosh apples have never existed now. They're Macintosh apples. They've never been Macintosh apples. Now they've always been Macintosh. Turmeric, spiced turmeric has never existed. It's always been turmeric. Now here's another one. Brand change, big, and the Residue. Procter and Gamble. The company Procter and Gamble owns a full shitload of companies.
There it is.
It's been turmeric. Now Gamble. The company Procter and Gamble owns a full shitload of companies. Full shitload of companies. Full shitload of companies. Full shitload of companies in the United States, maybe in Canada. I don't know if you know Procter and Gamble, but they used to be.
There we go. All right, guys. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, I got a lot to say.
Please.
First of all, Nicole, I saw you said EMT. That's a rough gig. I did that for a while. You want to set your sights a little higher than that because that's a thankless ass job. Second of all, DOEs. Where'd you get the idea that people that work for the DOE are attractive? Third of all, Amy, yes, and I win every time. All right, go ahead, Dave.
Oh my God. You're hilarious. So many layers to every answer from this guy.
I'm trying to be here for the people. I'm answering everything.
So, okay, I had sent you a few clips. I was hoping that you would watch of recent whistleblowers that have come out and spoken publicly, both on 2 podcasts weaponized so publicly, no big deal. Everyone saw that release from Jeremy Corbell. And also merged from Ryan Graves, where there was a recent whistleblower, I think just as soon as yesterday, that came out. So with all these whistleblowers coming forward with their stories, I'm wondering, in your opinion, what is the value of this? Do you have anything that you can add to the story's validities? And do you find this information compelling moving forward?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I noticed a trend where they try to recruit fighter pilots. That's like in vogue right now, which is cool because fighter pilots know stuff, right? They understand aviation, they understand a lot of military capabilities. But the limitation of that is they know what they know in their little box of knowing things. And I know pilots that are test pilots, pilots that don't exist, that do things that are beyond what a fighter pilot does. And that's not to disparage a fighter pilot. That's a great job. Like, I think any of us would trade spots for that job in a heartbeat. But they literally will go mess with fighter pilots while they're doing stuff just to test other stuff. Now, in these cases, I don't believe in the examples that you sent me that that's our stuff. It sounds like they witnessed something that's pretty cool, or at least worth looking into. So I am a proponent of them coming forward and everything that they're talking about. So I don't have much to add other than I've mentioned this time and time again with you guys, when I hear a Navy pilot, I really feel like most of the origins of the things that we're discovering have an oceanic relationship. I don't think anything's taking off from underground bases, okay? Like dirt-wise, terrestrially. I feel like if they're here, they're either in the sky or they're in the ocean. It just doesn't make a lot of sense based on how much, let's say, the totality of information and data available to me, that they'd be just taking off and flying around Kentucky or whatever. It makes a lot of sense that Navy pilots would see them because the ocean, as we all know, is 2/3 of the planet. And since water would have no more effect than flying through a nebula or anything else in the galaxy, the water won't bother them at all, but it provides an amazing way to shield themselves.
Excellent. Dave and I, earlier in the night, were talking about the value of anecdotal evidence and the fact that trained observers, such as military and police, perhaps, have a heavier value than, say, public eyewitness events. Do you agree with that? And do you think that there's a way that publicly we could combat that? Because we obviously have incredible events in the public.
Right. Yeah. I think so here's the one thing. Part of my background, I won't go there, but I've worked in various forms of EMS. So I'm very qualified to tell you guys, cops and firefighters are not any smarter than anybody else. They're not better trained in anything else. The only reason that they take those cases is because they've been through a background check and they're like, these guys aren't crazy. We trust them as public servants. And we tend to take their word on things. That doesn't mean they're perfect people, right? We've all seen what happens when cops go crazy or firefighters go crazy and bad things happen, right? They're still people. So there's still a curve there for potential for not telling the truth. But generally, people just trust public servants. Don't know how well vested that is. I think how we get to what you want to get to, where the public has a way to where there's validity to their statements, is to understand some basic things. Now, some of it was some of the stuff we were mocking from the Enigma site about lanterns, common UFO mistakes where we know what it is, the light in the sky, and people that just aren't familiar with it for whatever reason can look up and say, oh, if you've never seen a flare in your life, you've never been in the military, I have friends that are 40 that maybe haven't flown or flown once in their life. They don't know how aviation works. And there's potential for ignorance there. And that's why those reports are discounted. I think it's important to do kind of the qualification of explaining to people, hey, if you saw this, it's probably Starlink. If you saw this, it's probably land. I think that's okay. because it gets us on the same page. But I feel like most people are not stupid. There's some crazies, that's for sure, but that's in anything. But I think the majority of the reports would come off more valid if we gave people some basic education about these things when they're presenting their reports. And I don't think that's a bad thing. But I think you should still pay attention to the report. We just need to kind of walk people up the speed of, hey, are you sure it wasn't this? Are you sure it wasn't this? Okay, cool. Now go.
Be right back.
Now tell me.
Right. I appreciate the fact that you started out saying that most of the anecdotal events that we're getting are from fighter pilots, Navy fighter pilots in particular.
Mm-hmm.
We don't hear very much from the Air Force, which is now obviously collaborating, if not the same as Space Force. Do you think that we are going to be getting any information from Space Force on how they are interacting with UFO? And can I also quickly ask you, being trained observers, are fighter pilots trained like on a UFO training? Are they ever trained for UFO?
So I've never been a fighter pilot, but I've worked with a lot of them. And to my understanding, no, not directly. But what they are trained to do is identify enemy objects, enemy assets, whether they be command and control, surface air missile systems, obviously other aircraft that the adversaries may have. And generally anybody, you could pull up a bunch of aviation geeks on Twitter and they'll probably know more than your average fighter pilot, because there is a finite amount of assets out in the world that we know about. It doesn't take too long, if you dedicate yourself to it, to get a generic understanding of what systems do what aircraft do what, their silhouettes, their signatures, their service ceilings, their performance characteristics. You can learn these things fairly quickly especially if you're obsessed with it. So yeah, fighter pilots go through that stuff. I don't believe, and I've never heard of them trying to identify UFOs. That's not their job. That's not, because there is no official, other than what I alluded to last time we spoke, which is, if you're truly sure you don't know what it is, don't mess with it. And that's why I hear these stories of, oh, this jet was chasing a UFO and it shot at it. No, it didn't. That's not what happened. I promise you, that's not what happened. They would not risk that if it was actually starting some intergalactic war because an F-16 pilot didn't recognize what it was that buzzed him. That's never going to happen, you guys. Even if a Russian fighter showed up right now, unless that Russian fighter was shooting at one of our guys, even though we're fully within our rights to return fire, that pilot would radio in for permission before returning fire if he was not fired upon. Even if he was full green to shoot it, because they understand the gravity of starting that kind of combat. And so they definitely wouldn't do it with an unknown or a UFO.
Okay. On the recent episode of Weaponized with Jeremy Corbell, they are talking about reconsidering the term UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle, because it's an assumption that there's nobody on board these vehicles. Do you agree that they could potentially have something on board?
Sure, why not? I mean, if we're talking about the technology to move the way these things are, that means that gravity and inertia don't apply within the physics and characteristics of that craft. So if we're going to operate under the assumption that it's violating physics already, we know this when we talk about the velocities, change of direction, and potentially the distance they've traveled if it's extraterrestrial. So right out the gate, our physics, even though they may apply to it, are being defied. Now, that may be by a mechanism that's perfectly explainable, right? But if that's happening, then you have to assume that they have the same technology to protect a pilot cockpit, so to speak, to protect them from those same effects internally as well as the aircraft is externally. I mean, you would assume that until proven otherwise.
Some kind of gravity dampening and
yes. Now, I can tell you for us, 99.9999%, that's not possible. So if you see something that's moving crazy and some, for whatever reason, you've inferred it's ours, it probably doesn't have a person on it, because I've never heard of anything that's promising even to protect a human in defiance of those type of physics that wouldn't turn us into a milkshake.
Yeah. And RG, you covered an incredible case that you brought to light during our last show, which was about a large blue and silver craft that burst out of the ocean,
Yes.
stopped for a moment, and then left our atmosphere at 65,000 miles an hour, which was determined, 65,000 miles an hour. And in your opinion, or perhaps maybe in your friend's opinion, is there any possibility that the size of this could have housed beings?
I believe the potential is there. But again, this is, I mean, I'm going to go on. I can't say for certainty. I wasn't there, but I mean, I'm a gambling man. I would gamble to high odds that if it was extraterrestrial, if it wasn't extraterrestrial, then there's no way a person was on that thing. If it was, then why not? That would be going back to what I referenced earlier. Why not? Because they would have those protections, inertial, physics resistant protections for the cabin compartment. You would have to assume that, right? Why not? Unless the orb thing, if this was more of an orb, but they just got a better look, if it's one of these orbs and maybe they're not perfectly spherical. And kind of what I was saying before, usually spherical items tend to be for reconnaissance, data gathering, weather data, that kind of stuff. So potentially it could have been, in those cases, perhaps, and this is, I'm going completely talking out my left side, but would data to back it up. In my opinion, if that's what that is, if it is extraterrestrial, they would be using those to gather reconnaissance and data, and not so much to carry out an actual physical mission, which means there probably isn't anything. It's probably out there doing its thing autonomously or under intelligent control, but without an actual organic being inside of it.
Okay. And then very finally on this, as a military person, what does it bursting out of the water and stopping for a moment near the observer and the ship that the observer was on, and then shooting off at 65,000 miles an hour, as a military person, how do you interpret that behavior?
They're not there carrying out a mission against us, because if you're observing, you're going to observe either completely unseen or at a very high altitude. You're not going to put yourself in the face of what you're trying to do reconnaissance on, because they will know you're there and change their behavior, right? Whether it's bad guys or whatever. So the aliens, if they are in fact here, if they are doing reconnaissance or they're carrying out any mission, if they're being seen, it's either A, they want to be seen, or they went, oh shit, we got seen, so let's get out of here. You know what I mean? Like, and that would explain the hesitation and then the maximum velocity exit from the scene, because perhaps they were not aware, because in most cases, even if you have a F-18 or an F-16, like those tic-tac videos and whatnot, those systems and those radar systems are still not that, those are mild compared to what we have and what was used in this test, for instance, as far as comprehensive data and cameras and laser tracking and stuff like that. So maybe they weren't aware of exactly what was on that ship until it painted them with the laser or something. And then they went, oh crap, they're going to know exactly what we are, where we are, and how fast we're moving. And we can't, it's not just radar, right?
Right.
So, and again, I'm making an assumption here, but that would explain that behavior, because there's no tactical explanation ever anywhere in the military where you would just hover in front of the person you're trying to watch.
Right. And were witnesses told to keep quiet, or was there any buzz on how to handle this from the witnesses or the higher ups?
What I was told was everything up until the point, from the point that thing came on to contact, to the point it left contact was immediately secured and removed. And then they carried on like it never happened with what the program they were working. And the people that witnessed it by eyewitness were kind of like given the head nod. I was told there was no paperwork filled out or threats or you will not. They chose to take the approach because my understanding was less than 12 people involved in the whole situation and only maybe 4 or 5 saw it visually. And they were going to be leaned on to be like, no, you didn't see that. There's no data to prove you saw that. And they just kind of all nodded and said, cool.
So they were leaned on, even the witness you talked to.
He said he was not threatened. He was not given an NDA. They did not have a discussion. It was just kind of like big eyes and like, oh, you saw that? Yep, I saw it. Like, but there was no verbal confirmation. It was just kind of like,
yeah,
okay, that didn't happen. Like, and if you've worked in this business for long enough, that happens occasionally. It's not like a totally out of the realm thing. So I've encountered that before where I saw something I wasn't supposed to see that was insane. And I would be like, oh, I start to point and open my mouth and they go literally just with their hand from like above their head to like to sit down. Like, and they nod their head. Yes. Now just sit down again. Like, so basically saying, calm down. That's ours. We're under control. It's all part of the program. Shut up and color.
And how do comrades usually feel about whistleblowers? Like, so if somebody comes out and talks to Jeremy Corbell on a podcast, how are all his buddies going to treat him when he goes back to work, do you think?
I don't think anybody cares because none of the stuff I've heard, it's literally stuff that's not our stuff, or at least they don't know it's our stuff. And it's so far out of the realm of what they know that no one's really worried about them telling a secret. Like I said, sometimes we test assets against our active duty military, literally, intentionally. And I think some of these stories, like I've actually seen it. I won't be specific, but I've actually seen somebody come out with a UAP story that was a pilot, military pilot. And then when he came out with a story, we were all laughing because we all knew what he saw was, it was kind of like one of those situations. So it's a very gray area and you have to have a sick sense of humor. But I think most of the people behind the scenes that are involved in this stuff are not bad people. There might be some grand conspiracy up at the top, but it takes a lot of people to make this stuff happen, man. All these projects, secret or not, UFOs or not, there's so many people, you're not going to get everybody to shut up. And everybody generally has the best interest of our country, our families, our nation's interest at heart. No one's doing anything nefarious again, can't speak for everybody at the top, but I'm talking about from the mission arm of this stuff. People generally believe they're doing the right thing and being helpful and doing what's necessary to protect our futures. And so whistleblowers fall more under either kind of chuckling behind the scenes because we know they just don't know what they're talking about, or it might be genuine and we're like, go ahead, talk about UFOs. The government has never told anybody I've ever heard of in any capacity not to talk about a genuine UFO. The only time I've ever heard of anybody being like, hey, shut up, is when it was during testing something that, an asset we have. And then that case, like, hey guys, this is too close to what we're doing. So unfortunately, you just can't talk about it. And it's not about the UFO they saw. It's about the fact of where they were and what they were doing and why that UFO might have come out. You know what I'm saying? Because our asset was so advanced, maybe it spooked the alien, if that's what it was, to be as direct as they can.
That's amazing stuff. Thank you for that. Dave, do you have some questions from our audience?
Nope, they're just listening in right now. I do have a couple questions, random guy, regarding the whole anecdotal evidence and whistleblower thing. when you have someone like, for instance, this gentleman who is on with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, who's still in a very large position of authority within the United States Navy, does that not constitute or warrant some sort of investigation unless he was given permission to speak about that publicly?
It's hard to say, man.
You went silent on us there, random guy. You may have hit mute with one of your rouge cheeks.
One of your tentacles.
Oh, there he is. Hold on, we'll go like this. Let's go like that. Random guy, you there?
Yeah, they're coming to get me.
All we heard was it's hard to say.
Yeah, and then I disappeared. What does that tell you?
MIB, baby.
Just know I don't want to hurt myself if anything happens.
And you accidentally fall on a knife.
Human being with no problems in my mind.
You don't eat blowfish.
So no, but it's kind of complicated. So I just got to be careful how I phrase it to you. But the best thing I can explain to you without being overstepping is this. I know of in high level, much higher than just a commander or an admiral. We're talking like, I won't say Secretary of Defense, but like that level, okay? That were unaware of our capabilities and some of the missions until they were able to witness it themselves. And I saw the looks on their faces and they're like, are you kidding me? And that's literally one step, two steps from the president have no idea in some cases of some of the stuff we have. So when I tell you, so yeah, ordinarily you'd be like, dude, that guy was commanding a fleet. He was doing this, he's doing that. Like that guy's running stuff, right? Yeah, for sure. You got to pay attention to that. But I also know, like I said, from direct experience, sometimes they absolutely have no clue. And it's built that way on purpose.
Wow. I see Nicole has shot a question in there. And she's asking what our thoughts are on my labs. And I mean, I personally know nothing about it. So I would have to turn that one over to you.
Talking about the abduction stuff?
MILAB.
Military abductions.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, I don't know anything about that, guys. Sorry. I didn't work for the CIA.
Oh, your handler is laughing in the background. I love that.
Literally. Well, he was NSA, so that's why he's laughing.
Oh, NSA guy.
He's going to be in Vegas.
Tonight.
He's going to be in Vegas.
He's laughing his ass off.
Cheers. It's Wednesday somewhere.
He's looking at me. I'm like, am I getting audited?
Yeah, good old NSA guy.
I am buying him a drink.
You guys get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that stuff, man. I'm not here, like I said, I'm not here to BS anybody. Not here to waste anybody's time. I'm here to cut out the BS. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to tell you guys some. There's plenty of people that come on the show that are going to tell all their stories. I'm here to tell you how a lot of it's BS. And I know you don't want to hear it, but if I can do that and save you guys the wasted effort, that's my entire goal of this. Whether you think I'm an ass, whether you think I'm arrogant, whatever, I'm just speaking facts to you guys.
I think you're an ass.
Well, I got a nice one. Oh, never mind. You weren't commenting on how nice it was. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, but that's great stuff. It's good that you get the air clear. Because we all have questions. And in fact, I was going to skirt towards, back to the space agencies and see if I could get your take. Because I know that the clock is running and I know that Dave is fading. So I'll try and keep it interesting.
Yeah, it's only like 12:40 here, so we're good.
Yeah.
California time,
12:40 here, too.
12:40 here, too.
SoCal, bro. We're about to get some tacos.
Oregon coast, yo. Sipping the bubbly water.
I'm going to go eat some snowballs.
You frosty
All right,
bastard.
shoot. What you got, Timmy? Let's clean this up in the next 10 minutes.
Excellent. So I was wondering what the Space Force's concern is with debris in space, correlating it with, out of date satellites that still exist up there. And then obviously looking into what is their true belief on and position, do you think, on, and we'll call it UAP because they refuse to call it UFO. So in
Right.
their terms, what do you think their true stance is on UAP? Are they covering it up? Are they part of it? What's going
In
on?
relationship to space debris being identified as UAPs? Is that
Well,
what
they
you're-
said that they got interested in it because of satellites, extinct satellites, and debris. And so
Mhm.
there was some concern on needing to know what was up there.
Yes. Well, that's a huge problem right now for everybody, actually.
Yeah.
There's so much crap up there. They're actually, so there's actually, I worked with some NASA guys for a while. It was kind
The
of
name they call it is hilarious.
What's that?
They call it like a diaper and like poo and stuff
No,
like that.
it
right?
is. So I worked with some NASA guys for a while, and I geeked out because I'm not smart. I just know stuff, right? I'm a random guy. So like I just learn stuff as I go. So I thought, oh, I'm working with NASA guys. I'm going to ask them everything I can. I want all the secrets. So I'm asking them everything, right? I'm asking them about aliens and stuff. So no, I worked with these NASA guys, and they were working on a project, and it was just crazy because they're like, dude, there is so much crap up there. Like we have so much trouble, even like when we launch stuff. So that's like a huge thing. And they've had competing concepts for how to get this stuff out. Like, do we push it down so it burns up in the atmosphere? Do we cast it out? Do we like net it up in some, graphite net or whatever the hell they had where it gets tighter the more velocity it gets or something? Or they were even talking about shooting lasers at some of this stuff and just melting it down to microns. But yeah, that's a huge thing right now, like as a single topic. And as we go forward with Space Force and Starlink, there's going to be another company like SpaceX, right? That's going to happen. We're going to have competitive business up there. So it's just going to get crazy. It's going to get even more crowded. It's going to be a big problem.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole Star Wars thing, which we could do a whole show on later if you guys
Right.
want.
And it's basically satellites shooting each other down.
Yes.
And disabling
that's
each
a whole,
other.
we could do a whole show on that.
Okay, so let's get beyond all of that, beyond all the mundane.
Okay.
What is their true position and take on the potential reality of UFO? Let's call it now. From somewhere else. Is that a consideration? And how is Space Force positioned on that topic?
They have contingency plans. They don't have operational plans. So what that means is they are not actively participating officially in any capacity. There's no contact. Never has been, never will be, or potentially. But there are SOPs in place for if there is, for what to do. And when I see those actions take place, I'll know, at least potentially, that it's cover up. I have not seen a single UAP, UFO incident, video, anything where they actually did any of the actions that I'm aware of that's in their SOP for if they were to encounter one of these. And that's why I don't believe we have.
Right. And was that potentially set up through the enlightenment that they gleaned through Travis Taylor's book that kind of brought that into light? And I know that was on some higher ups' desks when they were bringing this topic forward with the group before.
Not just that one. There was even more.
Specifics?
No, but there was more.
Okay.
More of there was anybody that had a very specific, I don't want to say manifesto, but something that was viable, that made sense, that was tangible, it was considered when they made those SOPs.
What specifically an SOP is?
Standard operating procedure.
Okay, and that would be a contingency plan in case of aliens
Correct.
making themselves apparent to us.
Yes, there is absolutely an action plan in place for the United States government, Space Force, Air Force, and so on, if that were to happen.
Can you elaborate at all? I'm not familiar with it.
Nope.
Okay.
I don't have it, and I personally never read it.
Oh.
I just know it exists.
Oh, it's not public. Okay.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
This
NSA laughing in the background.
This is a serious trust me, bro moment.
Okay. I figured once I hear some laughter in the background, I know I'm edging towards disaster. So I will.
Yeah, no, he's
veer
just
away.
laughing because he knows.
I got a couple questions from the audience here. So
I would love to buy him a drink when I meet him, by the way. I won't know what he looks like, but I can guess. He's probably got a
don't
great
think
haircut.
NSA guy?
Has he got a great
NSA guy or
haircut?
random guy?
I think NSA guy has a great haircut. I feel it in my bones.
Oh, I will guarantee you he's got, you know what I see NSA guy with? You know, a big set of like shaved down mutton chops going down the side.
He looks like Dave,
yeah.
but about 200 pounds bigger.
What's the hair? Give me a description.
Yeah, no, the
Come
hair's
on,
not
give it
bad,
to
but
me.
he's got like a white beard and
The hair's not bad. Wow. That's not descriptive at all.
no, yeah.
Anyways.
You'll see or you won't see. I'm gonna tell. So here's what happens when we go to the party. I'm gonna tell everybody he's me, and then I'm gonna tell everybody my name's Tim Senor.
That's gonna be fun.
We're going into this with a prank, and then my friend that works special forces, which Dave knows,
You're gonna get me killed.
he's
aren't you?
gonna come and he's gonna pretend to be somebody else, and we're
This is
just gonna
gonna
have a good show of this.
Fun. Shave your head if you want to be me.
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Couple questions for
All
our
right,
audience. Let's go with Eric Markham. Does random guy think there may be a breakaway space faring branch of humanity?
Dude, stop. You need to give me I not currently, no.
Awesome question.
Now,
Not
Eric
currently.
is the guy.
I think possibly
He
in the
actually
past there
spent
might have
6
been,
years on the Nimitz.
No, I know Eric's the Navy guy. I know. I'm familiar with Eric from the chat. I don't think so. And I'm not aware of any. Like I said, you guys, we're doing the moon stuff. If none of you die in the next 10 years, which I pray nobody in chat dies in the next 10 years, you're going to see stuff in HD, 4K, actually 8K on the moon. You guys are going to see us start moving to Mars. They're not going to be able to hide all of a sudden all these supposed civilizations, all right? It's coming literally in the next decade. Hold your pants. Don't die. It's going to be crazy.
All right. Derek has a pair of questions for you.
Let's go.
When they see the UFOs, why don't they ever try to actively engage? My opinion is because they already know who and what they are.
No, that's exactly the opposite. If we know who and what, we engage them. So if you guys are familiar, which I'm sure your chat's smarter than me. I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I just know stuff. I'll keep repeating that. You guys know about Alaska, right? And you know how the Russian bombers will fly over all the time? They push right into our airspace, and then our fighters take off and fly into their airspace, and they're all flipping each other off the whole time while they're doing it, just like Top Gun when he goes inverted and we were communicating. That happens all the time, literally every month, you guys. That happens. If we know who it is, we literally mess with them, and they mess with us because they know no one's gonna shoot each other. They know it's just a game. If it's a UFO, a true UFO, and they don't know what it is, they stay the hell away from it. They don't engage it because they don't want to accidentally start a problem. That's how that works.
All right, let's go to Derek's second question. Why haven't they actively engaged when they spot the UFOs? And what's your take, NSA guy?
Don't ask.
They want NSA guy now too.
No, they don't. NSA guy waterboarded a lot of people. He's an asshole. You want random guy. NSA guy doesn't know anything about UFO. No, I'm not kidding. You guys want random guy. I'm the UFO guy.
Wow.
You don't want the bad person.
Okay.
They think I'm joking. I get it. Next
What if
question.
it's sparkling water?
NSA guy will not be answering.
Sparkling waterboarding? Is that a thing?
Yeah, if you use sparkling water, it's not torture.
Little Perrier on the forehead or what?
You got to have a super dark humor to work in these jobs, you guys.
I
You
trained
got to
for
have a
that.
super dark humor to
training.
hang in this
All
group.
right. Let's go to see how we are living. Random guy question. There are videos online of military personnel being briefed on aliens. Are these genuine?
No. 100% not real. Next
Okay.
question.
I have a question for you, random guy.
Yeah.
I tagged you on Twitter on a video of what looked to be a strange looking Black Ops craft.
Yeah.
And you kind of put the laughing part on it. Now, this craft was being hauled by a semi-truck and flat deck trailer.
You want to know what that was?
What's your thoughts on that?
Hold on. First of all, Nicole, why are you obsessed with DOE guys, Nicole? I had a DOE badge for a while. Come on, knock it off. Anyways, yeah, you want to know what that was?
Yeah.
That is what we call a cross-sectional mock-up. So
it doesn't fly.
Sorry? No,
So
not at all. If you look closely, there's actually posts engaged on it. So we use those for two reasons. We'll set them on a post and we'll shoot radar on them to get radar vectors off of them, aka cross-sectional. And there's 100,000 different models of those and different variations that look similar. They're anti-faceted to throw off radar. Anything that's real would never be uncovered moving on a trailer in the middle of the day. That's why I was laughing, because those guys are looking at literally just a random mock-up. And sometimes we make some that are complete BS, and we'll put them out right before Russia and Chinese fly over with their satellite, just to make them think we're building something we're not. So that's a big nothing burger. 100% confident.
We're going to call NSA guy Giggles from now on.
Yeah. Oh, you got incontinence. Did you like my answer to that question? Was that a good answer?
I wish you would have put that on Twitter.
Yeah, he's
really?
like, no, it's dark. He's like, tell him it was dark side. I'm like, come on. He wants me to troll you guys. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it, you guys. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. He wants me to troll.
Why does he want you to troll a good old Canadian guy?
Because you go in a boot.
He knows he can take it.
You guys are like, you kind of look like Terrence and Phillip. I don't know.
Wow. Wow. Thanks, Owen.
Anyways, no, the reason I laughed is because exactly what I just told you. That's nothing. I've seen 400 of those things. And so has everybody else. It's not even a secret. They're cross-sectional radar tests. It's like, so they can kind of get an idea of what facets do. It's just a mold. There's nothing inside of it. No motors, nothing. It's just a silhouette carbon body, and they test to see what radar will do off the shapes. And if they find one they like, they'll put it on an airframe and test it. Just like they did with the BOP, the bird. Like, there's 100 different ones you Google.
Rock and roll. And on that note, we're going to shut her down so random guy and NSA guy can go to their Black Ops party or wherever the hell they're going. And
I'm not. Oh yeah, he wants to go
with their Perrier waterboarding.
Hey, I'm telling you guys, this Vegas party, any of you guys that don't come to this party, you're gonna be missing.
Hey, Guitar Bear, how you doing? Little Timmy Senor. Little Timmy Senor, have a great night, buddy. And
thanks for having me.
Tomorrow night on the show, we're getting into Dogman. Jody Cook from the North American Dogman Project will be here. That's our guest. And do you want to answer Derek's last question here, or do you got to run, random guy?
I'm fine. I like what Sadie Rose says, though. That's the best. But go ahead. What's Derek got?
Oh, Sadie Rowe. Random guy knows nothing. They don't tell anything to low-level scrubs. Wow, Sadie Rowe.
Want no scrubs. A scrub is... Okay, never mind. I'll bust out my TLC album.
Put it this way, Sadie Rowe. I do bring... when I bring people on like this, they are vetted. Okay? They're very vetted. Derek asks, last question. Do you believe Bob Lazar's story?
Oh, What have I told you guys about this?
Well, tell the audience.
I have nothing to indicate Bob Lazar is telling the truth. And the prevailing, I won't even give my opinion, the prevailing opinion of people that are in the know think that he's just there for misinformation. And I have absolutely nothing to say to defend that prevailing opinion. If you want more, you gotta come to Vegas.
Random guy will spill the beans in Vegas. He'll spill the beans. Just remember, people, okay? If you're questioning Random Guy, okay, and what he knows and what he doesn't know, just remember that Tim and I changed flight plans in order to have him fly into Vegas and Tim and I to fly into Vegas to meet up. That's all you need to know. There was a lot of vetting that went on. A lot of vetting.
Haters gonna hate. It's all good.
I know. But as
and my
you
job
start
is not to convince. Here's the funny part to me. The funny part to me would be that you believe in extraterrestrials and aliens, but you wouldn't believe in somebody Dave has met in person that tells you is legitimate. That would be funny and ironic.
Yeah, but Dave has also met aliens.
It's like not believing in the chicken wing you're actually eating.
Yeah, it's
wow, Tim coming to. You know what? Those were good chicken wings there.
They were good wings.
They were very good wings.
You know what made those wings taste the best?
Truth.
The fact that I didn't have to pay for them.
Oh yeah. Who does that?
They pay for everything.
I did pay for everything. I did pay for everything.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's hilarious. The best food in the world is free food.
Over amazing.
Yeah. Random guy's like, oh, you're paying? Well, I'll have 16 appetizers and, you know.
It seemed like a nonstop flow.
160 chicken wings.
I need 14 Jack and Coke doubles.
There's a lot of wing options out there. Let's just leave it at that.
I like my chicken. Leave me alone, guys. I like my chicken. Anyways, Scott, I love you. Even the ones that don't believe that I'm a real person, I still love you.
Random guy, there he is. Once again, we'll probably talk to him again on Friday night. And you know, if you're going to the place that has the 2-story brass poles, have fun. And
I should just tell them I have a job offer in place with somebody, and then they would probably change their tune. But we'll leave that another day.
Yeah. By the way, have you heard anything about that? Yes, no?
Follow up. We'll leave that off, but yeah.
All right, cool. All right, guys. Tomorrow night on the show, Jody Cook from the North American Dogman Project. We're getting into some crypto woo tomorrow night. Thank you to our super chatters tonight. Derek ×2. We got Greg. We got LM ×3 with a nice hat trick there. We got Jenny, Zen2, Jeff, Kira, Deb, Shaq Filet, and the best name on YouTube, Dry Toast. Thank you so much for the love, guys. We're going to do it all again tomorrow night. We're going to have just as much fun. Timmy, appreciate what you do, buddy. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. And to the rest of you, good night. Much love. We'll see you tomorrow.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.